Very good morning to you wherever you are. Welcome to yet another edition, yet another year, yet another meet, and of course, yet another day of action. And we are live for the first time ever, bringing you the Athletics Kenya track and field weekend meet. And today we are in Mumias, the western part of Kenya, county number 037, county of Kakamega, and we are bringing to you the first ever live coverage of the AK Betika track and field weekend meet, and this is the first of 6 that will be taking place across various avenues in the country. As I said earlier, we are live at the Mumias Sports Complex, bringing you all the action. A 2-day action-packed field here in Mumias, beginning with the short distances, heading into the 5,000 meters. We'll be giving you the lineup just in a bit, but stick around, stay around, because right now we are just about to bring you the 100 meters hits, and it's 9 of these, and those who proceed from here will be going to the semi-final that will be happening later on. But of course, if you're joining us, this is the first Athletics Kenya Betika track and field weekend meeting here at the Mumias Sports Complex. It will be taking place today and tomorrow on this venue. Remember, there are 6 legs of this series, and we begin here in Mumias before heading to the Ruringu Stadium in Nyeri on the 27th of February, before going to the Ulinzi Sports Complex for the 3rd leg of this series between the 13th and 15th of March. The Kip Keino Stadium will host the 4th, with Afra Stadium hosting the 5th, Kisumu Stadium hosting the 6th, and of course we'll be heading to all regions who will be hosting theirs before heading to the national championships to be held between the 26th and the 28th of February. Earlier on, we witnessed 3 legs of the 100 meters women hits. We saw the likes of Esther Mbagari, Eunice Kadogo, and of course Elizabeth Anyango dominating the 100 meters women. And on your screen right now is the 100 meters men round number 1, and that's the man from GSU. That is Brian Gatura Harrison. Nixon Rotich Kipsang is also there, and you can also see Emmanuel Ndochi Wafula of ANYS. They'll be competing in the first heat of the 100 meters. Remember, the track and field series comes just after the National Cross Country Series, and last weekend we were at the Eldoret Sports Club bringing you the National Cross Country Series that brought a lot of excitement, and we hope that today we're gonna witness the same here at the Mumias Sports Complex. Quite a good facility with a lovely terrain and of course lovely weather for track and field events. We'll be waiting to see what happens thereafter as athletes prepare to start the heats of the 100 meters, 9 heats in the men category. Let's wait and see who reigns sprints. Some big names to look forward to, including the national junior champion Isaac Omurwa, who is the younger brother to Africa's fastest man Ferdinand Omanyala. He'll be running in this one. You see the likes of Edward Okello Mondi, Hesbon Cheng of Prisons, a very experienced sprinter here. He'll be running in heat number 3, and of course there are a couple of names just to watch out in this 100 meters. And of course, so we are talking about the excitement that has been there since Ferdinand Omanyala's proud to become one of the big names on the world stage in the 100 meters. Just getting ready for round 1 of the 100 meters men. In lane number 1, Sylvester Simiyu of Kenya Defence Forces, Gregory Collins Rono in lane number 2, Victor Nzavi Makau in lane number 3, Emmanuel Ndochi Wafula in lane number 4. In lane number 5, we'll have Nixon Rotich, Eric Misiko Juma in lane number 6. Lane number 7, Brian Gatura and Harrison Waweru, Boniface Chitai Wanga, and off they go very smoothly. Watch out for Emmanuel Wafula of Prison, but then it is Sylvester Simi of KDF just about getting there and winning this first heat of the 100 meters. Sylvester Simi of KDF just about edging Nixon Rotich and Boniface Chitai Wanga to claim victory in the 100 meters round number 1. As I told you earlier, we had the women round number 1 where we had 3 hits with Esther Mbagari, Eunice Kadogo, and of course Elizabeth Onyango reigning supreme in those hits respectively. So we wait to see who goes into the semi-final in the 100 meters. Remember, it's all happening here at the Mumias Sports Complex. So if you're joining us, this is the first Athletics Kenya Betika track and field weekend meeting, and we'll be bringing you all the action today and tomorrow. Everything, every detail, every record, every impressive run, and of course every disappointment will be coming to you live here on Athletics Kenya TV, the home of athletics in East Africa, of course, and in Africa as a whole. We bring you action from wherever it is, everywhere in the country for the first time. We did the cross country, we did the National Cross Country Championships. We will be doing more of this because action starts here. And of course, this year being the road to Tokyo, it means that every athlete will be aiming to put their best foot forward to ensure that they at least represent the country, if not participate in the national trials to be held later on this year at the Nyayo National Stadium. Of course, if you're joining us, plenty of entertainment. We expect some action in the field also, javelin and of course high jump and long jump, some of the activities to take place other than the track. Events that are currently going on. Bernard Rotich, you've covered all this. We've seen the cross country, it's come by 6 championships, and some of the athletes that took part in the cross country are here. What's your expectation? 6 legs for the first time, it's live.
Well, good morning, Jeremy, and of course, good morning, viewers. Of course, we are live here from Mumias Sports Complex, and I'm happy to be back to the actions again. And of course, we are now starting the 6th series of the Athletics Kenya track and field events. Of course, we expect a lot of competition. The athletes are looking forward to these events. Remember, it's a long season all the way to September. These athletes are competing the 6th series, then they will go to the counties, and then to the regional level, and of course to the national championships, and of course the trials, because they have to select a team that will be representing Kenya at the World Athletics Championships in Japan. That is in September 13th to 21st. That is when the championship will be happening. Of course, remember, Kenya had also bid for this event.
As you wait for the start of the second heat of this 100 meters, seeing the likes of Simon Mburu of Nairobi just setting his blocks to ensure that they are ready for this. Collins Mukwana, Alan Wanjala. And just to mention, in lane number 1 will be Mohamed Aston of Western Homeboy. He'll be trying to see if he can make it to the next round. Moses Onyango Wasike, another experienced runner, will be in lane number 2. In lane number 3, we'll have Moses Siahi Gumede of Prisons. Omwandolo Walter Bruce of Nyanza North will be in lane number 4. In lane number 5 is Simon Mburu. Watch out for him because he's one of the finest sprinters we have around. Born in 2003. Then we have Stephen Owino of Prisons, another good name that has come out in the recent years. Collins Mukwana will be in lane number 7, and Alan Wanjala will be running in lane number 8. So we are ready for the start in the second heat of the 100 meters, and I can see the track assistants, track judges also preparing for the steeplechase, and that will be taking place later on. Remember, the 5,000 meters will be coming up before the javelin women final, and of course we'll be seeing 13 participants in the javelin women final, the long jump men final, some of the field events that will be happening. 400 meters, we have the round number 1 that will be taking place later on. Quite a huge turnout in the 400 meters. Remember, this is one event that Kenya has reigned supreme in the recent past, and of course in the javelin men final we'll expect to see the likes of Michael Ochenje, Brevin Biwott, Koech Gilbert in that lineup. No Julius Yego for you today. He says that he's just taking caution and doing his preseason in a different way, but we'll be seeing him taking part in some of these events later on, because we have 6 legs to go, and this is just the first. Long jump men for women final will also be taking place, and then expect fireworks in the 1,500 meters. And there we go, the 100 meters heat number 2. Simon Mburu coming off the blocks really nicely, but then watch out for Collins Mukwana, who just teams away to make sure that he claims victory in this 100 meters. So it's close between Simon Mburu and Collins Mukwana. We'll be waiting to see, because later on we'll be giving you the results, but then it's heat number 2 that just ended with a battle between Collins Mukwana and Simon Mburu of Nairobi. You can see them exchanging niceties, because the track is not easy, but they are really trying hard to ensure that they give the best account of themselves. That's heat number 2 of the 100 meters. 6 to go in the men category.
Yuko leni ya kwanza akiwakilisha Western. Leni ya pili ni Elkana Kipotishi Kabila NYS. Leni ya tatu ni Josea Innocent Kadima Nairobi. Leni ya 4 Jadwin Akibasa Makamu Nairobi. Leni ya 5 Wandera Juma Brian Western. Leni ya 6 Ogurwa Isaac Kundu akiwakilisha hiyo Ituru.
And we are into the third hit. Alexander Omusale of Western in lane number 1. Elkana Kiprotich Sabila of National Youth Service in lane number 2. Josiah Innocent Kadima in lane number 3. Jadwin Akibasa Makamu in lane number 4. Wandera Juma Brian in lane number 5, Isaac Omura Kundu in lane number 6. In lane number 7 we have Edward Okelo Mondi of Nyanza North, and Mesha Kwasike Sindani in lane number 8. So the track judges fixing, track assistants fixing the blocks manually. Yeah, just to make sure that everything is in order. You can see Isaac Omuro trying to see if everything is in order. Now we've already witnessed 2 of these hits, and we are ready for the third one. As I mentioned, field events also coming up later on.
Tafadhali watu wa maji mpeleke mahali pa finishing pale, so that wakimaliza wana
We are ready for the third heat of this 100 meters. Interesting. They're not yet ready for start. So gonna have yet another try on in this one. Interesting facts about this is that many sprinters, some have experience, some are learning from this. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it happens, because for a start you're going to have your head focused, and interesting to see what Juma Bryan looks at the finishing line. There you go. Watch out for Isaac Omuro coming off the block so nicely, and with confidence he'll be taking this one. The national junior champion, winning hit number 3, just ahead of Elkanah Kiprotich of NYS.
Vyuo vikuu yuko hapa, ameonyesha kwamba it is still in the family, running in the family.
So funny
That is it.
How Wandera Bryan kept focusing on the finishing line instead of focusing on the race. Not the best tactic at all. But then they say we learn daily. Look at how nicely Isaac Omuro got off the blocks. He must be learning a thing or two from the superstars like Isaac Omuro. Wanjala, who was really focused, didn't really have an answer to what Omuro gave, and that's how it became, with Isaac Omuro winning just ahead of Elkanah Kiprotich and Alexander Omusale of Western. So that is the end of heat number 3, and we are ready for the 4th heat in this first Athletics Kenya Betika weekend track and field meet.
Nilitoka Nairobi, Jack Kigeza alikuwa ananionyesha sehemu za Maragoli pale. Huko kumbe chairman anatoka sehemu za Maragoli, na nafahamishwa kwamba wako na uhusiano na Dan Kigeza. Kwa hivyo wewe ni mtu ya sabati ya sehemu hizo. Anatoka sehemu ya Wangulu Village. Dan Kigeza anatoka Wangulu Village. Afahamishwa na chairman wa Western Bwana Fundi Unafahamishwa ni familia moja.
That is Daniel Kiviasi. He'll be running in heat number 4 alongside Evans Makecho Wekesa, who will be in lane number 1. Glovia Namache in lane number 2. Kiviasi Samba himself will be running in lane number 3. Very experienced there, Dan Kiviasi. Hesbono Chenga duo of Prisons. This will be a very interesting race. He'll be running in lane number 4. Samuel Wanjala Wasike, Moses Muridi Kimoto, James Kingori Mwaura, Jamal Mascarin Najakululu will be running in lane number 8. So it's Jamal in lane number 8, James in lane number 7, Moses in lane number 6, Samuel in lane number 5, Hesbon in lane number 4, Dan Kiviasi in lane number 3, Glovia Namache in lane number 2, and Evans Makecho Wekesa in lane number 1. Number 4 of the 100 meters. Kasamba Hesbon off the blocks. They come smoothly, very experienced runners there. It's a battle between lane number 4 and 5. It's Hesbon Ocheng who's just about steams away, but then Dan Kiviasi makes sure that he doesn't disappoint the home crowd. James Kingori Mwaura, another man from the prisons department. I think he just about edged out Kiviasi and Hesbon to win that hit. So James Kingori, unofficial results of course, winning hit number 4 ahead of Hesbon Ocheng and Dan Kiviasi. Straight away we go to the 5th hit of this 100 meters. That's a recap of how it went down. All eyes were on Dan Kiviasi and Hesbon, but then James Kingori Mwaura just about did what he had to do to win this race. He got off the blocks really nicely. Kiviasi tried so much, but then watch out for Kingori. After 20 meters, Kingori was way ahead, and Hesbon tried so much to come, but then it was Samuel Wanjala Wasike edging out the two veterans, Samuel Wanjala Wasike of Prisons, whom I think just won that one, ahead of Hesbon Oduor Ochieng and Dan Kiviasi. So it's a Prisons affair in hit number 4, but then in hit number 5, Opio Fabian Omondi of Western, that's Eric Busena, George Njenga, Juma Kalistas Wekesa in lane number 4, Kevin Gasheru in lane number 5, lane number 6, that is Charles Wanyonyi Chebai, Nicholas Kasmani Mukabana, and Alex Namasaka Wekesa of the universities in lane number 8. So that's hit number 5 of the 100 meters. We are ready for the fifth heat of the 100 meters. Opio Fabian, Eric Busena, George Njenga, Kalistas Wekesa, Kevin Kasheru, Charles Wanyonyi, Nicholas Kamasani Mukabana, and Albert Namasaka Wekesa.
So once again, another heat. And
There you go. Off they go very, very nicely. And then watch out for lane number 4 and number 5. That is Kalistas Wekesa. Just about edges George Njenga to win heat number 5. So Juma Kalistas join Samuel Wanjala Wesike and Isaac Omurwa as winners of their respective heats. George Njenga of Police came in second. So George Njenga second and Juma Kalistas Wekesa winner of the fifth heat of the 100 meters. And of course, that's how it went down. Juma just about edging out Njenga into the last 20 meters of this one to claim victory in heat number 5. Beautiful, beautiful and tactical race there by Juma Kalistas, man born on 30th of June 2002. For joining us right now, we're live from the Mumias Sports Complex. 10 minutes to 10 o'clock East Africa time, and this is the first Athletics Kenya Betika weekend track and field meet. And just as I mentioned, this is the first of the 6 that will be happening. The second expected to take place in Nyeri at the Ruringu Stadium on 27th of this very month. The Ulinzi Sports Complex is host the third on 13th to 15th of March before the Kip Keino Stadium, bringing home athletes who will converge there on the 3rd to the 5th of April for the 4th leg. The 5th leg, of course, will take place at the Afra Stadium in Nakuru between the 24th and 26th of April before heading to Kisumu on the 15th to 17th of May. All regions will then converge for their usual track and field meet before ushering in the National Track and Field Championships to be held between the 26th to 28th of June. So you wait for start in the 6th heat of this 100 meters. Expected in lane number 1 is Vitalis Musembi Anyongje of Western, Elisha Kiplagat, and that is how Juma Kalistas Wekesa steamed away from George Njenga to claim victory in heat number 5 of the 100 meters. Beautiful, beautiful. Nice acceleration, agility, and of course the resilience to see this through. And we are gearing up for hit number 6. Vitalis Musembi Anyonje in lane number 1, Elisha Kiplangat in lane number 2, Kevin Jokten in lane number 3, Mandu Kevin Kisaka in lane number 4, Victor Maumo Baratza in lane number 5. Lane number 6 will have Tinega Brian Onyari, an experienced sprinter here from Police, Ronald Kiprono Kipkoech in lane number 7, and Kennedy Kamau in lane number 8. So I can see only 4 have been cleared to run in heat number 6. Beginning with Kevin Jackton in lane number 3. We'll have Mando Kevin Kisaka. We'll have Victor Maundo. Brian Tinega not in action. Ronald Kiprono in lane number 7 and Kennedy Kamau in lane number 8. But then NYS Kevin Joktan and Kevin Kamau, but then Kevin Kamau steams away to win this one, and he just about edges Kevin Joktan of NYS to claim victory. So Kennedy Kamau wins heat number 6. And Kevin Joktan of NYS claims second spot. Mando Kevin Kisaka came in third, representing Western. That's how it went down, with Kennedy Kamau of Police edging out Joktan of NYS and Mando Kisaka to claim victory in heat number 6.
So once again, the next, another round of the men's 100 meters. William Morgan, so the seventh heat of the men's 100 meters, we still have another heat.
So we have heat number 7.
2 more hits, I think. The men's 100 meters.
You can see three athletes have been cleared to run in this one. That is Billy Mbaya in lane number 1, Kip Korir Kevin in lane number 2, and in lane number 5 is Thomas Wamalwa. That's heat number 7 of the 100 meters. And they go off the blocks smoothly. Billy Mbaya Chaya, actually it is Kip Korir Kevin just jogging away to win this one. Kip Korir Kevin is an individual athlete, has won heat number 7 of the 100 meters. Kip Korir Kevin, of course, a very experienced sprinter, coming off the blocks to claim victory in this one. See how he came off the blocks nicely. He knew that he had what it takes to win this one, and after 50 meters he was gone. Wilson Kip Korir of KDF really tried to close by, but then that was a huge distance to cover, and Wilson Kip Korir settling for second place in this heat. So 2 more hits to go in these 100 meters. Hit number 8 and hit number 9. I'm in hit number 8. Tony Simi of NYS, Milton Aseri of Western, Hans Omondi, Elijah Kiplagat. Hans Omondi, be giving you a full list, confirmed of course, as the track judges ensure that everything is in place. David Kabuti Cheburet from Central Rift, sorry, is also running in this one. So you can see Milton Aseri, Tony Simiu of NYS, Milton Aseri, Hans Omondi, Elijah Kiplagat, Timothy Kabuche Cheburet. And they take off nicely. And watch out for Tony Simiu, who's being cheered by the home crowd. Seems to be going really well. But then it is Elijah Kiplagat who went on. I think he He was just about edged out by Tony Simiyu. So Elijah Kiplagat finishes second and Tony Simiyu claims victory in heat number 8. Tony Simiyu must be a homeboy because the cheers from the crowd. Look at how nicely he seems to be grimacing towards the last 50, but then he just hung on the just about edged out Elijah Kiplagat to claim victory in that race. Now one more round to go. That's Frederica Kovela. That is Jonathan Wanjala, Isaac Kialo, and Omondi Felix Ocheng. So remember, afterwards you'll have the 5,000 meters.
Washiriki wa mita 400 wapige ripoti column men and women, na vile vile mita 1500 wapashe misuli moto kwa sasa. 1500 meters waanze kupasha misuli kwa sasa. 1 2 1 2 Steve basi umeenda mbali kidogo bwana Paul, soka karibu yake wave naye karibu kukaribia bwana Paul. 1 2 1 2 tunakupata sasa. We are getting you loud and clear. So the last heat of the men's 100 meters. On the other side of the track, we are awaiting the starters for the men's 5,000 meters. 5,000 meters, and we believe it is a straight final. Morgan starter, Asante.
The last heat of the 100 meters. Geoffrey Muturi, Frederica Kovenya, Jonathan Wanjala, Isaac Kialo Bunyoki, Omondi Felix Ocheng, Justin Isaboke. They go off very nicely, and Isaboke missing in this one, but then watch out for Geoffrey Muturi of Western battling out with Isaac Kialo Bunyoki, who should be a photo finish. This one, I think it was too close between Isaac Kialo and Geoffrey Muturi. We'll be waiting to see how it went, but then I think Isaac Kialo just about edged out Geoffrey Muturi to in the last heat of this 100 meters. You can see them exchanging nice it is there. Jonathan Wanjala running with in a Harambee Stars attire. Geoffrey Muturi focused.
We believe that's a straight final if we want to get it from the organizers, Morgan over there, the starter.
And they went off the blocks smoothly, and
No, it's the final. Is or one final.
that is Isaac Kialo Munyoki,
We will get
who came from behind. I think he just about edged out Geoffrey Muturi. Let's wait and see. Oh, that's really close. That's really close. No clear winner. It's a photo finish, and of course we'll be giving the final results later on. This is the 9th heat of the 100 meters round number 1. Let's see the concentration levels, and Geoffrey Muturi was the first to get off the blocks, but then Isaac Kyal of the universities steamed out after the 30 meters, was in a neck-to-neck race with Geoffrey Muturi. Geoffrey Muturi seemed to have grimaced just a bit, but then heading to the last 10, it was really difficult to tell just about. This will be so difficult to tell. I know we'll get the correct timings, but it's a photo finish between Geoffrey and Isaac Kyalo Munyoki. So that signals the end of the 100 meters, and we are ready for the 5,000 meters, Bernard.
Yes, yes. Of course, I was earlier saying that, of course, these events are being used by these athletes as a part of build-up. We are done with the cross country, and now we are starting the track and field events. And these athletes are using this event as part of build-up towards Tokyo. It's called Road to Tokyo. So they are participating here and to see how that is engaging their fitness now at the track. Now they are now done with cross country. And of course, I'll be mentioning maybe some of the leading times and those who are leading in this event. And remember, Kenya has always been on the receiving end in 5,000 and 10 meters races. But we hope with the upcoming, of course, juniors who are now, of course, transitioning to the senior. And of course, here that is off they go. That is 5,000 meters men. So I was saying that we have juniors who have transitioned to the senior level, and they are really doing really well. And of course, we are going to see how this series, the 6 series, will turn out, so that before the athletes go to compete at the county level, then to the regional level and the district forces, and of course to the national camp trials. I hope they will be doing nationals and then trials later. Remember, the athletes have a mandate to always run clean. They have no option but to always run clean, compete fairly. And I think the other day the Athletics Kenya president Jack Tuwei was giving a strong warning to the athletes that they have to show the world that it's a real clean competition. They have to win these races fairly and clean and fairly.
Talk about clean and fairly. We witnessed a very competitive national cross country championship, and some of these athletes participated in 1 or 2 series during the national cross country series. The Athletics Kenya Betika, sponsored of course, and very good tidings coming from the event. But then you look at how they've lined up this year, quite some monetary value to be added. Of course, the winner here, of course, will be walking home with money, because this is a final, and we're expecting a final to be competitive, because they know they came here for a prize, and the prize, if not gaining the accolades, is actually ensuring that at least they get something back home after the preparations of this one. And you look at how they've done now. They've done 1.5 laps of this 5,000 meters, and heading into the second. And
of course, like, I think there are so many athletes, so we'll be having 2 heats. But of course, they are all finals. I think we'll be going to. We have about 49 athletes competing here. So these are about 24, and then we'll be having another 20 something athletes competing. So they're just waiting at the call minute, so that we can be able to see who will be able to run the fastest time. And remember, this is the first event of track and field.
Already 49 entrants.
Yes.
That shows you that this has a very huge traction. And you look at how athletes have lined up. You even look at the level of competition. You look at the athletes. They look to be in great shape, and it is something that is worth talking about. 49 athletes in the 5,000 meters final. Of course, they couldn't run all of them. It's been split into 2, and of course they'll be picking who has finished with the best time, and of course the best in that order will be claiming victory and running to the podium. So it is pressure to the first heat of the final.
Yes, you have to be fast so that you can be able to get to that podium. You have to run faster than the others. And of course, this season, that is the 2024 season, remember we say this is the first event of track. And of course, last season, that is 2024, we had Agoz Gebruet from Ethiopia, who has the leading time, that is 12:36.73, followed by Yomif Kejelt at 12:38.95, also from Ethiopia. And the third athlete is Jacob Kiplimo, who has run 12:40.96 of course, he ran in Oslo. That is in May 2024. That is the time they managed to clock. They managed to clock that fastest time. Of course, for Kenyans, the first athlete is Nicholas Korir, who was able to run at Brussels in Belgium, who managed to clock 12:49:59. So those are the leading times this season. Of course, it started the 2025 season. So by the end of 2024, that was the leading time in this event.
First, talking about the leading times, records have been broken. Of course, several road records have been broken, and just last night, Jacob Ingebrigtsen broke yet another record. Just been going through the world 1,500 indoor record in Leuven, and of course, it was a World Athletics Indoor Tour meeting that was held yesterday. So he ran in a time of 2 minutes 20.49 seconds.
That is history.
That's history. That's too fast because I see Nicholas here. You saw him starting.
I saw him starting in Finland.
Yeah.
When I was covering the 2018 World Under 20 Championships, actually he was beaten at that time, but I think he went back and trained hard, and of course worked hard for these events. Now he's breaking world records. He's breaking world records,
and some. I remember one of the interviews he had during the Doha 2019 World Championships. He claimed that he was looking up to Timothy Cheruiyot, who beat him to that final. Timothy, of course, claiming gold in that one, Ingebrigtsen claiming silver in that one. But he said that he was looking forward to beating Timothy one day, and he did that in Tokyo 2020. And ever since that, he's always dominated the 1,500 meters. But then you look at his track record. In the mile, he's done 3 minutes 45.14. In the 1,500, he has a best time of 3 minutes 29.63. So he's an athlete that everyone is looking at, and of course, him coming from Norway raises a few eyebrows that many were like, this is a race that is dominated by Africans, maybe North or East Africa, but right now it is all about Jacob Ingebrigtsen, and who knows, in the 3,000 meters. He's participated and ran in a time of 7 minutes 17.55 seconds. So this is a man everyone will be looking forward to seeing what he can do as we head to the start of the season, and of course the World Indoors coming up later on this year. I think in a couple of weeks' time we'll be having the World Indoors, and then of course we'll be talking about the road to Tokyo, which has just begun, and many people will be like, why not do what Jacob Ingebrigtsen has done? Why not beat him? Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
It's a motivation, of course, to the athletes, and of course, they're looking forward to great season. And maybe let me talking of 5,000. Maybe just informing the viewers about who has the world record in this event. Of course, we have Joshua Cheptegei. Of course, he broke this record in August 14th, 2020. That is in Monte Carlo, Monaco, where he ran 12:35:36.
12:35:36.
But the championship record is being held by Eliud Kipchoge. Can you believe that? Nobody has
in 2000
broken the championship
record.
Yes, since 2003.
2003.
Yes.
And I think he beat Kenenisa Bekele in that one.
Yes.
And to win.
That was August.
August.
Yeah. That was St. Denis.
What was the timing?
12:52:79.
12:52:79.
Yes. And then now we have the world leading, that is Berihu
Aregawi,
from Ethiopia.
the man from Ethiopia.
He ran 12:14:45 at Lucerne, Switzerland, last in 2023 June.
So I'm looking at the timings. The championship timing by Eliud Kipchoge, 12 minutes 52.79 seconds, 79, posted in 2003. We have the road to Tokyo. I'm looking at Nicholas Kimeli, 12 minutes 49.59. Is he able to, let's say, replicate what Kipchoge did and even better it? Because the world championship is just like, let's say, it's quite
yeah, it is possible.
It is possible.
Yeah, it is possible. It's just a matter of just doing your mathematics during the championships, so that you can be able to run that championship record. of course, you have to beat Cheptegei's record so that you can be able
It's
to
12.
be on the top.
So someone should be
12:35
aim at 12:35, let's say 20
or 12:34.
or to
Yeah, it is
12:34.
possible, yeah.
And having such a good timing from Nicholas this season, what does it spell? Does it mean that he's better rested? He's realized that he can do this? Because honestly, Kenya hasn't been doing well in the 5K.
Yeah. We have not been doing well, but of course, I think with good training and good consistency in training and performance, of course, apart from the series and of course the local meets, we have now the upcoming events, which is the Diamond League. Diamond League normally starts in May, and of course, these athletes will always want to use these events because you'll find that they are fast. They are faster courses in those events, so they'll be able to run even faster times in those events. And then, of course, coming to Tokyo, it depends with the weather. Will it be favorable for these athletes to be able to run better times? And of course, Joshua Cheptegei also holds the African record. That is after running the world record. That he has an African record. And then, of course, we have other athletes like Albert Rob from that is Bahrain. He has an Asian record, which is 12:51.96. So athletes, it has been the competition has been so fast. They are clocking faster times. Yes.
And you look at them going to China, to Tokyo. Tokyo has always produced very good results for East African athletes in the 5K, in the 10K, and of course the Olympic in general. Because I think Tokyo 2020 was quite a success for East African athletes.
Exactly.
Yeah, dominating the 5K, the 10K, and of course 1500. That was the women where Faith won it. And right now we'll be looking forward to see if they can replicate that. Of course, going back to Tokyo with the crowd. You remember last time out, it was the Olympics without the crowd because of the COVID-19 restriction, and it was not a very good period. As we go back 2-3 laps to go in this one, and this man Kibet Ndio Mangata of Western, born in 2004, leads the way. He's very strong. He looks really strong. This man Eric Kibet Ndio Mangata, and he knows that he's in home turf. Just looking at how he's controlling this race, is it too early to say? Because I believe with 2 laps to go, he has what it takes. But then it is all about how well will he have that finishing kick.
Coming from Western, that means he knows the weather, how the weather looks like here, and maybe he has done some testing in the past. And of course, he knows what he's doing because with 3 laps to go, I think he's in good position maybe to take the lead. But he has to take care because we have 3 other athletes following up closely, and they want to close that gap that he has given them.
Of course, yeah. In the top 3, Noah Chumba Kiplagat of Central Rift is trying to see if he can catch up with Kibet Ndio Mangata, who is now maneuvering his way, charging towards the last 2 laps in the lead, which is about 5 to 8 meters, and it's not a bad lead to hold as an athlete. I think this gives you confidence. I know he can check over his shoulder to see who is coming through, and of course Noah Chumba now deciding to, let's say, get a meter or 2 ahead of the rest of the chasing pack. If you're joining us, we're live from the Mumias Sports Complex, 10:15 a.m. East African time. If you're joining us, we're live, and this is the first Athletics Kenya Betika track and field series. Remember, after the 5,000 meters, we'll have a couple of more races coming up, including field events like the javelin and long jump men and women final. 400 meters will be coming later on also, and this beautiful facility, of course, brings you all the excitement. And we're live from the Mumias Sports Complex.
Yeah, remember this event, the 5,000 meters, in the last World Championship that was in Budapest, Hungary. That is Hungary. Of course, we had a bronze medal from Jacob Krop, and of course, now closing the gap. And DY is now, of course, there he goes. There are changes in the league.
Now it is Noah Chumba Kiplagat deciding to take it into his own hands. This is the last lap of the 5,000 meters men, and of course, look at how well he timed this race, Mr. Kibet Ndio Mangata. and he's of course heading to victory. He knew when to time this, he knew when to go for it, and of course he knew how Kibet Ndio Mangata was running. Noah Kipchumba Kiplagat knows that he exactly has what it takes to win this race, and he's heading to victory. Look at him, very confident. Checks over his shoulder, celebrates his victory, and he celebrates it a Cole Palmer style. Festus Kiprop of Central Rift celebrates to win the 5,000 meters final, heat number 1, and of course he finishes ahead of Kibet Ndio Mangata. Noah Chumba fell back, and of course right now we have Festus Kiprop, winner of the 5,000 meters final. We'll be giving you the timings later on. 2 more. Not 2 more really, but 1 more final to come in this 5,000 meters. They're already lining up, just waiting for the participants in heat number 1 to come through and finish this race. But then it is Festus Kiprop beating Kibet Ndio Mangata to claim victory in this heat number 1 final.
Completing the men's 5,000 meters. Kindly keep the finishing line clear. Keep the finishing line clear to avoid any accidents of the. Let's keep it clear. Jeremiah Mutai, let's keep it clear over there. So once again, the 5,000 meters.
And of course, we'll be having a couple of interviews on the track side. And Festus Kiprop, winner of the first final, will be speaking to Bernard Rotich. Bernard Rotich, if you're ready, take it away.
Yes, yes. Tayari?
Iko on. Iko sawa kabisa.
One two, one two, one two, one two. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Shake 1 2. Shake 1 2. Labda hii season unatarajia nini labda mbio hapo mbele?
Hapo mbio ambayo iko mbele ni nitajipanga ili niingie kwa ile championship ambayo iko mbele. Itabidi nijitume nijinyime kabisa kwa kasi. Ndio.
Asante. Ulikuwa namba ngapi?
Nimekuwa nambari la 2.
Asante sana. Of course we have another athlete here who came in third and hebu anza na jina lako na utuambie mbio imekuwaje leo.
Kwa majina ni Anthony Kibet. Race ilikuwa moto bwana. Jua ilikuwa juu. Joto. Alafu tena unajua it was my first time for track. Yeah, na nilikuwa na hope the best. Nilikuwa namba 3.
Wewe unafanya mazoezi wapi?
Nafanya mazoezi Kaptagan. Yeah.
Labda vile umekimbia vizuri leo unaona uko na matumaini hapo mbeleni?
Yeah, niko na matumaini. Najua sasa nikienda kurudi kwa mazoezi. Najua kocha train hard. Alafu nakuja tu win race.
Kocha wako ni nani?
Anaitwa Janet Chepkosgei. Yeah.
Asante sana. Of course, that's another product from Janet Chepkosgei. And of course, we have another athlete who won the race here today. Festus, labda tuanza na jina lako, majina yako kamili, alafu tuambie labda mbio imekuwaje leo.
Oh, my name is Festus Kibrop. Ya race iko mbaya. Ilikuwa tu though base haikuwa juu sana. Kwa tu ni ku maintain. Alafu kawaida ya finishing. Kama unashaka tu.
Tuliona pale Ndiwa alikuwa ameongoza kabisa, nyinyi mlikuwa mnaanza kumfuata kutoka nyuma. Labda ilikuwa calculations ulikuwa umepiga.
Ilikuwa hesabu. Nilikuwa sure nilikuwa na speed, unaona. So nilikuwa tu sure last 200 ama 300 ndio namgonga.
Labda mazoezi wewe unafanya wapi na unatarajia nini hii season?
Mazoezi nafanya Kimumu, Boy Loret. This season tu natarajia tu mema. Yeah. So nikimaliza tu ni mazoezi. Yeah. Hivyo.
Asante sana Festus. Of course, that was Festus talking about the upcoming season where he wants to do well in the track events. And remember, this is the road to Tokyo, as it's you can see here at the banner. Betika being the main sponsor of this 6th series of the Athletics Kenya cross country track and field. Sorry, we've been always doing the cross country events, but now it's track and field events. So we have 6 series coming, and of course, athletes will be looking forward to gauge their performance and their fitness in these events ahead of the Tokyo 2025 championships in Japan. Over to you, Mulemi.
5,000 meters main final, already done 2 laps. It's now on the third one. Kevin Kimayo Biwott currently leading in that one. Not many athletes in this second heat, and right now it's all about seeing who will join Festus.
Long hands together. So he has a bright future. With discipline and hard work, I know he's going to make it in this event.
And that's the second final, of course, of this race that is happening here at the Mumias Sports Complex. And in Eldoret it was around 26 degrees at this time of the day, and seems you're witnessing the same here.
Normally it's even hotter here.
Hot and humid, of course.
But of course, that athlete, that was Ndiwa trained in Mount Elgon, so for him coming to compete in a lower altitude seems to have worked for him. So it's advantageous because the mountain region on the higher side, the altitude is high. Of course, Eldoret also is a high altitude, about 2,100. So for them to compete here today, I think it was advantageous for them to do so well here today. And of course, we have now 2 athletes on the lead.
Remember, there were 2 laps in this one, and of course Shadrach keeping a teach, if I'm not wrong.
400 meters. Women. Let's appreciate some of these guys.
Remember, there are also track field events going on right now on the other side. I've seen long jump, we've seen the javelin. Yeah, remember the javelin women is also taking place right now. You can see they're warming up actually before the start of the final.
And remember, we have javelin is not that common in Kenya.
Yeah.
But we have an athlete who went to the US through javelin.
And she broke the national record, right?
Yes, she broke up the national record. I'll be giving you her name. And of course, she went there, of course, through our good friends, the Town Hall group.
Town Hall.
Town Hall.
Mm-hmm.
Earlier I told you about more than 100
athletes have gone.
Athletes went to the US for the scholarship, which is really good. And we normally say that in 2026 for the
Youth Olympic Games
and 2028 at the Olympic Games
in Los Angeles.
We will have at least a group of those athletes who went to the US because they are training in better facilities compared to the Kenyan athletes back at home.
And of course, Shadrach Kipngetich Keter leading at the moment. It is the 5,000 meters from South Rift, yes. The athlete who is 25 years old looks really strong. And he's just ahead of the second placed Kevin Kimayo Biwott, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, remember at the 2023 World Championships. Remember this event happened, it's a biannual event every 2 years. And the last event was held at
Budapest in Hungary.
That is where Kenya managed to win a bronze medal.
In the 5,000?
Yes, through Jacob Krop. And then there's another athlete who was so close to that was Ishmael Kipkurui, who finished 10th. And by the way, Ishmael also has gone to the US through the scholarship program.
So he trains in the United States.
Now trains in the United States. Very good athlete. He has done some cross-country events, and he has a rich CV.
Talking about rich CVs, the likes of Kibet Ndio Mangata, Festus Kiprop, and of course the leading guy in this 5,000 meter Shadrach Kipngetich Geter, aiming to see if they can replicate what the likes of Kelvin Kimeli Kipruto have done. And you look at how they've lined up here. It's still very close between Kibiwot and of course Shadrach Kipngetich Geter.
And what I might tell you is the race, the 5,000 meters race is really becoming competitive, because if you look at the results for the Budapest, that is 2023, we had Jacob, the second name normally had 4
Inga Brasti
from Norway.
Yes,
he won gold. Then of course we had,
he did a double in the 1500 meters and the 5,000. Yeah,
he was really mad at 1500 because he missed a medal.
He missed a medal. Yeah, I remember he missed a medal, and then earned his revenge in the 5,000 meters.
Exactly. Running 13, 11, 30. And then of course Mohamed Katir was he backed silver. And then now Jacob Krop came in third. Then if you look at the position 4 to 9, we had a mixture of athletes. Luis Grijalva from Guatemala. Do you know where Guatemala is?
Guatemala is in the South America.
Yes.
Yes.
Luis Grijalva came 5th from Ethiopia. Hagos Gebriwet came 6th. Mohamed Ahmed, Canada, was 7th. Beriu Aregawi was 8th. Jimmy Gracia was 9th from France. Then we had our own Ishmael Kipkurui.
10.
And then, of course, 11th was Mohamed Ismail from Djibouti. So if you look at the 10 athletes, the first 11 athletes, they've always been exchanging it maybe at the Diamond Leagues,
and then when it comes to the championship, then who's better prepared is the one who carries the day.
Exactly. It's interesting. It's really interesting. Of course, we are waiting to see what the season has for us. Remember, Cheptegei said he's now going to the marathon races, and of course, Jacob Kiplimo is also going to marathon. He's
debuting this year at the London Marathon.
Yes.
That should be happening on April the 27th.
27, yes. So we're waiting to see how he'll be able to compete in marathon, because there's the last lap. They're going for the last lap. I was saying that Kiplimo has been giving us headache in the 5,000 and 10,000 races. I don't know if we'll go back to the 10,000, of course, but we have to wait. Remember the brothers. We are actually, there are about 5 of them. They are called the Simba family.
The Simba family.
Yes.
And of course, heading into the final lap of this one, it is Shadrach Kipngetich Geter, really strong. He looks really, really strong. He is not sprinting home because he knows that he has this under control. It is the 5,000 meters final. This is the second hit, and Shadrach Kipngetich Geter of South Rift, he extends those long strides. He knows that he has what it takes. He's celebrating even before he crosses the finishing line. I think he knows where his strengths lie. He checks over his shoulder, lifts his arm, waves to the crowd, and he knows that he got this one. He knows that he has what it takes to claim victory in this one, and he will be winning this one. Shadrach Kipngetich Geter.
5,000 meters heat.
Of course, Silas Kiptov Police came in third, and that is Shadrach Kipngetich Geter,
Appreciating these runners as they complete
the 25-year-old
the 5,000 meters.
claiming victory in this 5,000 meters. Final number 2.
Keep the finishing line clear, because you can cause collisions over there. Give them water.
We'll be eagerly waiting to hear what he has to say. Shadrach, after joining Festus to win their respective 5,000 meters final. Couple of interviews lined up, of course.
We are live on.
And of course, Shadrach will be joining Bernard Rotich on the track side. And we are ready for the interview. Bernard Rotich, take it away.
As we quickly shift to 400 meters for men and women. Remember, we still have many races to come. 1500 meters for both men.
Ter, labda Keter, anza na jina lako na ukiambia unafanya mazoezi wapi na pia leo imekuwa namna gani?
Okay. Mimi naitwa Shadrach Keter kutoka Sigawet. Nimetrain Kericho. Ya nashukuru. Ya nilichukua hiti ya pili na kwa jua kidogo lakini hakuwa mbaya sana. Lakini tulingangana mpaka nikachukua hiyo hiti ya pili. So yeah.
Labda hii season unaipangia nini? Umepangiaje juu tumeanza sasa track and field season?
So napangia kukimbia 5000 kama mimi nilikuwa last year nilikuwa ngambo na second year nilikuwa ngambo. Sasa nilikuwa nataka nikimbie mbio ya hapa lakini nilikuwa napata huko. Sasa leo na prepare tukimbie World Championship pia hata mimi ni hatae nchi yetu. Yeah.
Asante sana. And of course we have the third athlete here. My good friend, anza na jina lako alafu tuambie mbio leo imekuwa namna gani?
Mbio ya leo imekuwa mzuri, kawa ni choto kidogo.
Kumaliza namba 3 labda kwako inamaanisha nini?
Kumaliza namba 3 nimejaribu, nilikuwa na test hiyo speed but si mbaya.
Labda unapangia nini hii season ambayo inakuja na unafanya mazoezi wapi?
Nafanya kula Kapsabet.
Umepangia nini hii season ambayo tunaanza ya track?
Hii season nilikuwa nimekuja tu hapa speed walk, lakini kuna race nakuja maybe ni marathon next month.
Asante sana. Na tuko na mwanariadha wa pili pia hapa ambaye tutasikia mambo yake, anasema namna gani alikuwa amejitayarisha vipi. Labda anza na jina lako.
Kwa majina naitwa Simon Dokite Bulo. Ya leo nimeona jua yenye ilikuwa hapa yenyewe haikuwa rahisi, lakini tulijikakamua.
Labda utueleze unafanya mazoezi wapi na labda hizi events ambao unakimbia itakusaidia aje?
Ninafanya mazoezi kule Iten. Na mbio ya leo niko na prepare, yani kuona improvement yenye niko nafanya kule Iten.
Asante sana, asante. Of course, as you've heard, these athletes are using these events as part of preparations towards the Tokyo 2029, and of course, most of them are here to just test their fitness ahead of the very busy season. Of course, towards the World Championships in September. That is September 13th to 21st in Tokyo, Japan. And of course, we are here live, and we'll be able to see what these athletes are doing and what they'll be able to say during this first event of the season 2025. Over to you, Mulemi.
Bernard has been speaking to the podium finishers in the second final of the 5,000 meters. And right now, we wait for the start of the 400 meters, the next event of the day. We've witnessed a couple of good races.
First Vice Chairman Patrick Kipsan, Second Vice Chairman Ann Otiti, Secretary Omar Mungaliti, Vice Secretary Henry Moy, PRO Chate Ruben, Treasurer Kabaka O. Martin, Vice Treasurer Frida Omtomi, members Aaron Bido, Linda Omusubut, Freddy Murunga,
The 100 meters ended Of course, the 5,002 finals in that are definitely good displays here from the participants here at the Mumias Sports Complex. And after this, we'll have the 400 meters women round number 1, and also the men will be competing in that. The 1,500 meters women final, where we have 19 participants. The 200 meters has also attracted quite a huge number of athletes. And that will see us run through the day before ushering in the 800 meters women round number 1. Of course, the men also running in that one. And we'll have the semi-final of 400 meters, both men and women completing the day. So if you're joining us, we are live from the Mumias Sports Complex, bringing you the first Athletics Kenya Betika track and field weekend meet. So we are waiting for the next track event, which is the 400 meters hits women round 1. And expected in lane number 1 is Gladys Mumbe David, joining Kurgat in lane number 2, Purity Chepkoech, Mercy Cherop, and Muhanda Sara Bosibori Joel, Brivian Nelima, and Nancy Mwangi Wangeshi. And if you're joining us, of course, we'll have several rounds of these ones. The 400 meters women will have 3 rounds before the men come in. For the men, it's quite a large field of entries. We're talking about, I'm seeing 9 hits in the 400 meters men, and I can see from my right side of the screen the ladies getting ready for the 400 meters women hit number 1. I can see Gladys Mumbe David in lane number 1. I can see Joylin Kurgat, Purity Chepkoech, Mercy Cherop, and Muhanda Sarabu Sibori, Brivian Nelima, and Nancy Mwangi Wangeshi of NYS should be running in lane number 6. Getting the final instructions from the track judges on the do's and don'ts as you wait for them to spring in this fast-paced 1 round, very heated 400 meters. So the first of the 3 rounds of the 400 meters, Gladys Mumbe, Joylin Kurgat, Purity Joy, Mercy Cherop, and Muhanda Sara Posibori, Brivian Lima, and Nancy Mwangi Wangeshi. And of course, we'll be having a couple of interviews to couple up the day, because this has been organized by Athletics Kenya, and I'm joined by the Athletics Kenya head of marketing. Yes, kindly tell us what you feel about this first Athletics Kenya Betika weekend series. We've seen the cross country, we've seen everything that has happened. Right now on your screens is the 400 meters. We'll be talking about the greatness of this event, but from a marketing perspective, what do you believe has happened, and what do you believe has improved from the previous races? Mix, yeah.
Thank you so much. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm person directing marketing and digital strategy. That's why we are having the today we are having our first weekend meet in Mumias, and I want to say that
what we are seeing today is a different event from what we've been having in the last few seasons since we've been having the weekend meets. And I want to say that first of all, we want to thank our sponsors and for coming in to push the event. Of course, the federation has really been doing a very great job. But after getting the sponsors is when now we are seeing that we are able to sort out some other few issues that also we wanted to have into our events, which is making sure that we have a good prize money. And as you can see today, the attendance and the registration of those who are going to participate has really improved. Number two is that we have, as Athletics Kenya, made sure that our communication has improved so that athletes get to know early enough where they are able to participate. And we want to really, say that technology has really assisted far in this and making sure that our athletes can prepare in time. Looking at what we are doing now is that we are able to broadcast to what we are doing in Mumias to the whole world. Is not only here in Mumias, is not only here in Kenya, but to the whole world. Whoever sits anywhere at the comfort of his house, car, office can be able to follow us and get to know what is happening. So I want to say that the strategy that we have as Athletics Kenya is to make sure that we are popularizing the sport and making sure that as much as Kenya is a running nation, we also want our fans to enjoy the event live from wherever it is happening. Looking also at the athletes, we also want to make sure that the athletes are able to get good prize money in whatever events they attend. It doesn't matter whether it's a weekend meet, because like before they've only been waiting, mainly of course getting something small, but waiting mainly to participate in major championships. But you saw that even the last season of cross country, we were able to pay across all the cities, and of course the nationals was big. And when you saw the attendance of national, it was well attended. The competition was very high, right from the counties to the regions to the nationals. So in this series of weekend meets now that we are starting, which is track and field, we want to make sure that our athletes are also well paid in terms of prize money. They are also communicated well in time for them to prepare. Something different from what we've been doing is that you've realized that Mumias, we are not able to bring all the events because we as federation and sitting with the technical team realized that we can't have 10,000 happening 6 times in the whole series. That's like having a marathon, and that is why we've agreed that we will be having different categories in different meets and making sure that everybody gets a chance to participate, have a good build-up. That's why in Mumias, our last category is 5,000, and of course you realize that with these low altitude, we are getting a lot of short races happening in Mumias. As we will be going to Kapsabet, you will realize that you will see events like 10,000 coming. Then of course that will be concentrating more on the middle and long distance. As we head to Nakuru, you will also see a difference. So athletes will be informed early in advance which categories of events are available in which meet, so that they are able to prepare. Of course, we will make sure that even the relays are promoted, and we are also having a plan to have, remember this is the season that we are having the world relays that will be happening in Guangzhou, China. We will also make sure that the athletes who will be participating in that, of course most of the athletes come from 100 meters and the 200 meters, 400 meters, they are able also to get a chance for the build up, and that is what we are doing. In field events, we are working also on a strategy to make sure that our athletes are well exposed, well taken through the technical events, so that they are able to do well. And it's not just a question of just coming here and just throwing the put or the discus or the armor, but we are getting into a new strategy that we want to improve our events. Remember also we have events, our traditional events like steeplechase. We want also to have a better strategy for steeplechases, because we want to bring back what belongs to us as much as we are expanding to other areas and also maintaining what belongs to us.
You've touched about a couple of things, Abraham, and we've seen the motivation that comes with the monetary values, and all these athletes actually aiming to at least get something. And you look at the turnout is also huge, like in the 100 meters men, being the first meet 9 hits, and that shows you there's great interest in 400 meters. Of course, we've had also the same, also almost the same number of entry. Just Betika coming in, was it a blessing in disguise, because it came at a time when most of these athletes were desperately in need of this, and of course, coming into the organization part of it, we see better organization, better, more structured ways of doing it, let alone the broadcast being live. How far do you feel that this will expose, let's say, the talents that were not able to be seen previously, and right now they're in the right course to be beamed globally and be scouted, of course?
When it comes to the sponsorship that we got from Betika, I really want to thank the Betika team, because they came in at the right time. Remember, Betika came in when they were running their programs. Bingo Vest was big program for them, and as Athletics Kenya, we realized that we really need to, work with those who are really having the sport at heart. And we realized that Betika are the people, because already they had started and they were moving. So we asked them, we sit down, and we came up with the program of having all our meets, the cross-country series and the weekend meets, coming under them. Because remember, in this category, Betika are providing the prize money for all the events, and we are doing the organization of all the events. So after doing the successful series for cross country, we've now sat down with Betika again, and we are coming up with a very elaborate big program that will be taking us through to Olympics. So we are sitting down very soon with them, and I want to tell you that very soon we will be launching a very big plan that will take us all through to Olympics. So we are also taking them through some technical, information that they wanted to understand more how we are doing it, when we are doing it, how does our calendar look like, what is there in the calendar for the next 4 years, so that by then now we will realize what are we supposed to do when it comes to our weekend meets, what are we supposed to do when it comes to the series for cross country, what are we going to do when it comes to the relays, what are we going to do. Of course, we have the road races that are always there around the year. Looking at our field events is a strategy that we need to come up, all of us, so that we are able to make sure that our athletes are well exposed. Remember, this is a country that the population, 70% of the population is youthful. So we want to take advantage of that human resource and make sure that we expose our athletes, not only here, internationally and everywhere, and all the villages. Remember, we are not only going to the big towns, we are now going into the villages, the schools. Athletics Kenya has a very elaborate program when it comes to the youth talent search. Remember, we have almost now camps going to 55 camps across the country, and we are able to tap all the talents across. We are working together with the schools and colleges to see that all the talents around the schools, all the talents around the primary, secondary schools and colleges are being brought and taken through the channel that will see them go to participate in big events. You've seen also our affiliates here, the police, KDF, of course they are the new kids in the block, which you realize that KWS is coming out strongly, National Youth Service is coming out strongly, and we are talking with more other institutions to see that when we are having our events, everybody is able to get a chance. Because remember, Athletics Kenya is the only body in the country that make sure and can enter you into big events. Remember, World Championship, you go through Athletics Kenya, you World Relays, you go through Athletics Kenya. All the other big events that happens in Africa, in the country, it is Athletics Kenya. So we want to work with everybody so that our athletes are really exposed and they are able to get chances to participate in those big events that are happening across the globe.
And just lastly, maybe what do you wish, because I know more money means more and better organized events. What do you wish for heading into the future? Betika has shown the way, and now there are people out there who will be looking like, are there more opportunities within Athletics Kenya to improve the game through monitoring?
As we are doing this one, which already is being seen, the monetary issue is now working well. We also want to ask that the government, starting from our national government, the county governments, we need to have more training grounds, competition grounds, and standardized grounds so that we are able to get the best for our athletes. Remember, once our athletes get to the feel of how the world championship is being run, that is making sure that wherever they are doing their competitions is on a tartan, on a well measured ground, standardized, that is recognized by world athletes. We are able to bring in and realize that, are we almost breaking a record? Are we closer to doing it? Or what do we have to do? Because remember, once we standardize our grounds, once we have things done, simulated the right way, the way it should be done, by the standards given by World Athletics, we will be able to gauge our athletes and be able to tell where we are going. We are here in Mumias. This is a good ground, or as much as you could see, it is a Maram ground. It's the best ground. Remember, we are starting our events. We need to have maybe two. We've decided as Athletics Kenya we will have maybe two of the Maram tracks, which is here and Kapsabet, and after that one now we'll go to the Tartan grounds in Nakuru and other grounds, because at the moment there is a lot of work going on in our stadiums, and we want to thank government for that. And again, we will want to see also that as we are doing our weekend meets, our athletes are able to get a chance to qualify for the World Championship. Remember, the qualification window is open, and we want to see that once they qualify, we have a bigger pool of athletes who have qualified before we go for our trials, to realize now that among the 10, the 20, the 30, the 50 who have qualified, who is that one who is able to get the 1 to 3 positions to go to World Championship. World relays are here. We also want them to qualify, and if we could be having standard measured grounds and recognized by World Athletics across our country. Here in Mumias today, we might have had a team qualifying, to go for the world relays, or we would have a team qualifying to go, an individual qualifying to go for World Championship. But even if you break a record here, if you run into a qualification standard, you are not able to. The World Athletics does not recognize that one, because remember, it has to be. We have only two grounds that it is recognized. That is Kasarani and Nyayo Stadium. The rest needs to some work to be done, some measurements to be done, and make sure that it is recognized by World Athletics.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abraham Mutai, for those insights, and of course telling us about the future of course, Athletics Kenya, the digital, the marketing part of it, and of course the insights towards what's expected throughout the season. As he was speaking to us, and we witnessed two great races in the 400 meters women round number 1, where we had Mercy Chebet winning heat number 1, and of course in heat number 2, and we had Joan Cherono coming in second. In the men's round 1, Tinega Brian won that heat, and now we are to heat number 2, and we are back here live, bringing you all the action and ensuring that you get each and every bit of action across the globe live through Athletics Kenya TV. We are now heading to heat number 2, which has Ronald Kiprono Koech, Kennedy Kamau, Billy Mbaya Chaya, Kipkorir Kevin, Wilson Kipkorir, Newton Kiprotich Ngeno, Thomas Wamalo, and Duncan Kipngeno. And off they go. That is round number 2. And that is Wilson Kipkorir taking that bend very nicely. Wilson Kipkorir just ahead of Kipkorir Kevin, the two Kipkorirs. Who's going to emerge victorious? Right now it is Wilson Kipkorir now in second place. It is, but then watch out for Billy Mbaya. But then it is Kevin Kipkorir steaming away to win that second heat of the 400 meters, the second heat in the men's category.
So there we go. That's the end of the second heat, 400 meters.
Kevin Kipkorir claiming victory ahead of Wilson Kipkorir in the 400 meters heat number 2. It's round 1, of course, and walking to the track are those who will be participating in heat number 3.
Of course, Mulemi, you've heard what the marketing manager said. He has touched on various issues here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just told us about the need of these athletes starting off on the Maram track. Of course, the first one here, then go to
the
Tartan track later on, Ulinzi Complex, Afra Stadium, and maybe Nyao Stadium if it will be complete in time. So things that we want to see, because all these athletes, most of them want to attain the World Championships qualification times, and it all starts with this. So better start on this, because it's more like the early days in this one, and then afterwards we'll have these athletes race in a very competitive track. And that's the recap of the 400 meters round, heat number 2, round number 1, of course. And Kelvin Kipkorir, the man born in 1994, 31 years of age, coming to make sure that he claims victory in that one, just ahead of Wilson Kipkorir of KDF. It was a neck-to-neck race, and of course, just how powerful these athletes are shows you that maybe this time round, plus we've spoken about the monetary side of things, and you've seen most of these athletes, most of them, if you speak to them, they say that at least they are motivated coming into these championships, because they know at the end of the day they have a chance to go home with something.
And of course, Mulemi, you say that the point that these athletes have to start on a marathon shows that when they go to a Tartan track, it will be easier and faster for them. They'll be able to record faster times. And of course, we are here in Mumias.
It's scorching hot, it's scorching hot. Take pints and pints of water. That is the third heat of the 400 meters. Davis Wabwire, Bernard Obutu, Kevin Kabuti, Geoffrey Muturi, Kibiwot Gilbert, Dennis Masika Mulongo, Londio Ingolan, and Kelvin Sender in lane number 8. Running smoothly there is Dennis Masika Mulongo. Looks to have taken control of the first 200 meters of this race. We're waiting to see if he has all it takes to hold it through the last stages of these 400 meters. But then watch out in lane number 2. That is Victor Okello of National Youth Service, trying to come really, but he's grimacing, meaning that Mulongo has a chance to win this 400 meters. And of course, he'll be steaming away to win that one with NYS. Victor Okello Owino coming in second, just ahead of Julian Kimutai.
Yeah, good build up for the athletes. You can see. Did you notice one of the cameras has been bringing a background? At the background, you could see Mumias factory sugar.
Of course, the Mumias, we are the heart of it.
Sugar factory.
We are the Mumias sugar factory, which hosts this beautiful facility. I've just been, I took some reels and some videos for my TikTok account. I was like, this is a very beautiful place to come. The serenity, look at the trees, look at also the crowd not being scorched by the sun, apart from those who really want to bask on the right side of this track and field. And you look at the trees on just on the far side, whereby all the spectators have a chance to watch these athletes compete in a very serene manner. So
yeah, it's totally green. You cannot compare with what we had in Eldoret at the cross country. It was really dry,
scorching hot. And but I can say it also gave us a good experience, because you find that the timings and of course the races were very competitive, because they were like, we want to do this and go home. So it was really a really nice experience. But right now we are ready for the fourth heat in the 400 meters.
And of course, as we wait for the 400 meters, I want to touch on javelin men. Of course, it will be coming later. But of course, javelin men, we have one of the participants. Mm-hmm. We have various athletes, more than 10. But we have Joel Boyd Kiprotich.
Joel Boyd
Kiprotich. Joel Boyd Kiprotich is one of the athletes who are trying to get a scholarship to the US so that he can be able to further his education. I think he is in 10, and he wants to follow the earlier athlete who went to the university. Of course, I'll be telling you later. Joel, for him to be here, I think we need to also commend Bridget Chebet from Town Hall. Bridget Chebet made sure that this young man comes to Mumias, eats fast, sleeps well, and then compete here today and tomorrow. So we have to commend Bridget Chebet. She's one of the officials at the Town Hall, and of course she's a nutritionist, by the way.
So that makes she knows exactly what it takes to prepare an athlete.
Exactly.
For different occasions, of course.
Exactly.
Like here right now, he knows that he is in a completely different setup.
Yes.
When he goes back to the United States, he's in a different setup. But it's all about gaining the experience for both.
Exactly.
Which
so
is very important.
So if the athlete qualifies, if he gets a good time here today, so he will get a scholarship to the US. So he's still looking for a scholarship. He's still looking for a college to go and learn at the same time compete, which is really good.
And we're gonna have a restart in the third heat of the 400 meters. And those are the results from the 5,000 meters final. Number 2, Shadrach Keter emerged the winner in a time of 14 minutes 12 seconds ahead of Simon Pulo, 14 minutes 15, just 3 seconds apart. Sila Kipto, just about edged out by Pulo. He finished third in 14 minutes 16 seconds. Kevin Maio, 14 minutes 34, and Samuel Kiprop, 14 minutes 41 seconds. As we wait for the restart of the 400 meters, warning issued. It will be in lane number 6. That is I'm surprised it is David Sayaneki Pirante, a very experienced athlete.
Yeah, it is a competitive one.
Yes. So we'll not have David. He's been lined up in lane number 6. But I can see him in lane number 1. No, it's Nicholas Abuao in lane number 1. Victor Kelo in lane number 2. Julian Kimutai in lane number 3. Clive Kibet in lane number 4. Ochengo Pondo in lane number 5. Lane number 6 is empty. Erastus Mbaluka in lane number 7. Nathaniel Kipngetich in lane number 8. So it is Nicholas Abuao leading the way, but then
Sanayek trying to catch up.
Sanayek really trying to catch up. He must have exchanged lanes, because from what I have, he should have been running in lane number 6. But then it is what it is. David Sayanek, the most experienced 400-meter runner in this field, he is coming in nicely, shows the resilience, and of course why he is thought to be one of the best 400 meters runners on land. He steams away from the rest, steams away from Erastus Mbaluka to claim victory in heat number 3. So David Sayanek uses his experience to claim victory in this one.
And of course, Mulemi, these events, upcoming athletes can be able to use these events to see how they can perform competing with the elite, because it's open for everyone. Before we go to the county series, we have this 6 series that is open to everyone, so you are able to gauge your performance or gauge your fitness when they come to your region. Like, I know after here we will be going to Kapsabet.
Yeah, going to Kapsabet, then we'll be going to the Ulinzi complex.
Yes.
Then we go to their first stadium.
Yes.
Then we go to Kisumu. Is it Kisumu? Just confirm in a bit. After this, we'll be after first stadium, we're going to Kisumu, and then we'll have the Kip Keino hosting Is Kip Keino ready for hosting track?
Actually, we are confused because we have problem with these stadiums because Kano is not yet ready.
Because in the initial lineup from Mumias, we went to the Ruringu Stadium in Nyeri, then we were to go to the Ulinzi Complex, then Kip Keino, and then Afra Stadium Kisumu, and then have the Nationals in June. That was the initial order.
I don't know if it will be possible.
Because the Kip Keino is under renovations, and I don't think they're going to interfere with it. So I believe maybe the Kip Keino leg will be taken to Kapsabet.
Yeah. Of course, after here, we are going to Kapsabet.
Yes. That should be on the weekend of 27th February.
Yes, and it's being done at the Eliud Kipchoge complex track. Of course, it's a Maram field also. And I think as the manager said that it's really important for this athlete to start in a Maram stadium, so that when you go to the tartan track, they are able to run even
faster times.
Yes.
And we are wait to see what's going to happen as we await for heat number 5 of the 400 meters, and that is David Sanayek Kipirante of Prisons steaming away from Erastus Baluka Musilu. Look at how he took that bend to claim victory in this one. But it's heat number 5 where we have Moses Torosi, Danson Kibet, Gabriel Kisoia Kamakia, Kipkoech Emmanuel, Aswil Yejok, Muyiyi Samuel, William Maranga, and Kelvin Kiprotich Tonui of Prisons in that order. So 8 athletes in the 400 meters heat number 5. Of course, afterwards we'll have 3 more hits to go before ushering in the 1,500 meters women final. So if you're joining us, we are live from the Mumias Sports Complex in Kakamega County.
Those are the finalists for the 400 meters women that will come later in the day. Eunice Kadogo, Esther Bagari,
That's how it was in the last heat of the 400 meters, and we've been forced to one athlete being expelled in this one. So lane number 2 missing. That means Danson Kibet will not be participating in this one. So we'll have Moses Torosi, Gabriel Kamakia, Kipkoech Emmanuel, Yajui Kachil, Muyiyi Samuel, William Maranga, Nyagaka, Kelvin Kiprotich Tonui of Prisons, who's the favorite to win this one. So it's the 400 meters heat number 5, and off they go nicely, taking the bend to the 200 meters. And leading the way, of course, Kelvin Kiprotich. At the moment, he looks really confident heading into that one. William Maranga Nyagaka of Prisons also looks really strong, but they watch out for Kipkoech Emmanuel, who is also who also wants to be part of the party. So it is the 400 meters heat number 5, and look at how Emmanuel Kipkoech has come out very nicely in lane number 3. Gabriel Kipsoya Kamakia is now assuming the lead, and of course he comes over to claim victory. So it's Gabriel Kisioya of Nairobi winning just ahead of Kipkoech Emmanuel. Gabriel Kisioya Kamakia of Nairobi, born in 2005, the young man claiming victory in this 400 meters heat number 5.
Wamefika semi finali ya mita 100. following athletes are qualified for the semi-final 100 meters. Today we shall have the semi-final 100 meters men, but we'll also have the finals for 100 meters women. So for 100 meters men, those who are qualified for the semi-finals are as follows: Emmanuel Doji, Festus Simiu, Justin Isaboke, Moses Wasike, Isaac Omurwa, Elkana Sabila, James Kimori.
That's how it went. At first, it was Emmanuel Kipkoech who took the lead, and Danson Kibet tried to close. Danson Kibet had been expelled, so it was Kelvin Kiprotich leading the first few meters of that one. William Maranga Nyagaka tried so hard to come from the outside in the number 6, but then it was all about who went on to have that resilience to finish top, and it was Gabriel Kisioya Kamakia who steamed away from the rest of the field to claim victory in this one. So Kipkoech Emmanuel and tried so hard to come by. Up to this moment, you could not tell who was going to win this race because they were so close to each other. And heading into the last 150, it was all about Gabriel Kamakia and Kipkoech Emmanuel, the two men in blue. And it was Gabriel with the long strides, deciding to take matters into his own hands. In the last 100 meters, he knew that he had a chance. The young man started steaming away from the rest of the pack. Mike Torosi didn't have an answer to Gabriel and Emmanuel. And as they headed towards the last 50, it was all about Nairobi and Emmanuel Kipkoech. So Gabriel Kasioya winning that one comfortably, with William Maranga finishing third. And now on to the 6th one: James Okune Nangombe, Franklin Kipkurui Kibet, Michael Mumo Mutua, Amos Mumbere Achina, Isaac Atimu Tongi, Roger Souma, Davis Luta, Emmanuel Mwendo Mutua, all of this one. And James Okune getting some cheer from the home crowd. Is trying really hard to catch up with the rest, but then watch out for this Davis Luta of NYS. He's trying so hard to make sure that he stays in front, but then Roger Souma of Nairobi and Emmanuel Mwendo are really on his neck, and it's boiling down to the last 150. Who's going to take it home? Who has the resilience? Of course, we have Emmanuel Mwendo Mutua of police, and now the man from the National Youth Service. He's steaming away from the rest of the pack. He looks really confident, flapping his arms, and to win this one, it is Dennis Luta.
NYS, they're building athletes in every event. In the next 2 years, people will be guys.
Of course, Mulemi, meanwhile, as you watch the 400 meters, we have the finalists in 100 meters women. That is Eunice Kadogo, Esther Bagari, Brenda Masiza, Mary Sophia, Mercy Chebet, Doreen Waka, Lillian Auko, and Yvonne Otunga. Those are the finalists in 100 meters women's race. Remember, today we don't have the 100 meters finals men. They'll be doing the semi-finals, but tomorrow they'll be able to go to the finals. We'll be able to get those who will be heading to the finals tomorrow.
Quite a rich field of sprinters there, the likes of Mbagari, the likes of Kadogo.
And I think the sprinting thing has been spread over to the discipline forces, NYS, Kenya Prisons, Kenya Police Service, National Police Service, and the Kenya Defence Forces. It's spread all over. You don't have to see one discipline force maybe
dominating, because just a year or two ago, you could tell.
Yeah.
From the 1,500 meters onwards, it was a KDF
affair.
And then come from the 400 meters downwards,
yes.
It was the National Police Service.
Yeah.
And now NYS has come up, and they are just fielding athletes in each and every discipline. Now we've seen the likes of Dennis Luta winning the 400 meters. It's not been the case a couple of years ago, and that tells you that the interest has grown. And right now you can't tell who is the favorite heading into these different events.
That's true. That's true.
Seventh heat of the 400 meters just about to begin. Christopher Anene Ambali, Rotich Ferguson Cheruiyot in lane number 2 is missing in that one. So we'll have Wilfred Kipchumba in lane number 3, Kip Korir Rotich in lane number 4, Elias Serbia, Kitere Moses Kimtai, Eric Wanyama, Daniel Kimutuyo Makayo in that order. So Ferguson Rotich will not be participating in this one, but then watch out for this man in lane number 7. That is Eric Wanyama coming in really nicely. Kip Korir Rotich also, watch out for this young man. The man born in 1998, he knows that he has what it takes, but then it's a battle between him and, of course, but it is Kip Korir Rotich beating Wilfred Bungei Kipchumba to win this heat number 7. Two more hits to go in the 400 meters. And of course, the level of competitiveness in this one just shows you that nobody is taking any chance here. Everyone knows that there's something at the end of it. There's some prize money at the end of it. And this is happening here at the Mumias Sports Complex in Kakamega County. So now we're down to the 8th heat. Joseph Mwale, Mike Sanya, Dennis Kiplagat, Edwin Ooko Amuto, Kipkoech Justice, Edward Ngunjiri, Timothy Wanjala, and Odhiambo Collins Apere, getting final instructions from the track judges before the start of the race.
Lemmy, I think, remember we also have one of the continental tours in Nairobi, which shall be happening in at the I think Nyayo Stadium in May.
That is the Kip Keino Classic.
Yes.
It's a major event that brings together the best track and field athletes from the globe, all over the world, and we've seen very good memories created out of that. We witnessed Bednarek winning the last edition in the 400 meters. Well, not a very good outing for Ferdinand Omanyala in that one, because he dominated the 23 and
2024. Yes.
And of course the
2022. Yes.
Kasarani beating the likes of
Fred Kali
in a very heated race that had a lot of emotions.
So maybe, of course, maybe talking of the 400 meters, maybe apart from these athletes competing in that event, the officials also get together and because they are able to be recognized internationally, because this is an international event. They are officiating an international event.
But that's Edwin Ngunjiri Wagaki, the muscular guy leading the way, the man from the Kenya Defence Forces. He is just way ahead of the rest of the pack. They are trying really, like the likes of Cosmas Wambunda trying so hard, but then it is Mr. Edwin Ngunjiri Wagaki. And then from the outside, it is Victor Kipsang. Dennis Kiplagat Kipto, who tried to come out and topple Edwin Ngunjiri, but the man from the Kenya Defence Forces won that race very comfortably. And as we are speaking about the Kip Keino Classic, we talked about the chance of Kenyan track judges getting a few lessons on way to do things from the world athletics. Talk about them also, journalists.
Yeah, of course. The journalists also get a chance to cover these international athletes because if you don't
and
fly out,
interacting with them, of
yes,
course, brings mixed emotions.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because you look at them, you're like, this is exactly the people you watch on TV. You get a chance to talk to them, and there's a course coming up. I think it will be the media development program that will feature athletes from not athletes, but
Some of the top journalists across Africa.
Photographers, of course, will be, because they are key to keeping these memories.
Yes.
Just as we use our voices,
Yeah.
they use pictures to tell the story.
That's true.
That will be very, very interesting. And we really hope that by then, I'm looking forward to watching these races happening under the floodlights.
True.
Yeah, because the Nyayo National Stadium, I think the floodlights have been fixed and makes it a place where everybody really wants to see everything happen under the stars. So the last heat of the 400 meters men, Alan Kipyego, Daniel Kipkorir ndio in lane number 2, Victor Kipsang, Mark Ekirudi na Payeko, Amos Wanjala, Amos Mwanja Ng'ang'a, Cosmas Wambunda, Norbert Kibet, Milton Kibet, and Aaron Kemei Cheminingwa. And that is Edwin Gunjiri, winner of heat number 8. Looked really strong, the man from Kenya Defence Forces, and he knew that he was in control of that race. As just we are about to witness yet another race for competitors, and this one in the last heat of the 400 meters. That is Norbert Kibet, Colombo's Cosmas Maloba also in the picture. Amos Mwanga Ng'ang'a also there, who is going to win this one, the last heat of the 400 meters. Alan Kipyego currently leading the way. The man from Nairobi looks really strong, and he'll be claiming victory in this one, just ahead of Amos Ng'ang'a, Norbert Kibet, and Cosmas Wambunda Maloba. So that signals the end of the 400 meters, the men's hits, 9 hits that.
We still have one more. There's so many hits here. Of course, I told you the athletes are using this event. They're using it as a part of just to test their fitness, because remember, we've not done, since cross country, we've not done any track and field event. So we are now doing it, and of course, you're getting pictures from the field events. That is
the long jump.
Long jump.
Yeah, it is the long jump final that is happening right now, and the man on your screen is Vincent Cheriot.
I'm told it's a triple jump.
It's triple jump. So Vincent Cheriot
going for a jump,
taking his jump. Highly concentrated.
That's a long jump.
Yeah, that's a long jump. It's Vincent Cheriot of North Rift. I like what you're using.
Yeah, natural.
Natural.
It's natural. we will get there.
We'll get there, of course. As Mr. Abraham Mutai said, this is just the beginning of things, whereby we blend between the natural setup and, of course, the tartan, and it gives the athletes both feelings, great feelings. And if you do well here, you'll be rest assured that you'll be doing well in the rest of the series that have been lined up. And it is the 400 meters for entrance in this one. Who's going to reign supreme? We wait to see.
For you to do the 400 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, you really have to be very fast.
Because they say that the 400 meters and the 800 meters are the most difficult races to run.
Yes.
Because it's all about knowing when to pace, to slow your stride and when to kick.
Yes.
So it is very, very important, and this is something that we've witnessed over the years. One athlete dropping out of the air, 400 meters, hit number 10, and it is all about who's going to finish the first, and that signals the end of this one, a race that has been tactically run in this beautiful, beautiful facility, the Mumias Sports Complex. So that's the end of the 400 meters men's round. Festus Kiprop, winner of the heat number 2 for 5,000 meters, ahead of Kibet Ndiwa, 14 minutes 6 seconds. Anthony Kibet, 14 minutes 10 seconds. Jared Kipkemboi, 14 minutes 38 seconds. And Robert Keter, 14 minutes 17 seconds. Results from the 5,000 meters that happened a couple of just under 1 hour ago.
Yeah, those are some of the officials officiating this event.
They must be taking a lot of water.
Yes, they are seated in the sun is scorched. Yeah, remember this is the first series happening in Mumias, and of course we have another 5 to come after Mumias, where athletes will now head to the various counties. Those who didn't participate here will get a chance to compete at the county level, and then head to the regional level of championships, and then of course at the same time the discipline forces will be holding their trials, and then they will all meet at the national level, and then we'll have also the national trials to select a team that will represent Kenya. Of course, that is we are using a djembe there to to soften it. It's good. It's good. We use what we have.
No, athletes, I think this is part of warm up.
Yeah.
Because it's athletes try making sure that the surface is soft for the competitors to use.
Yeah. That's true.
Some things we've witnessed before.
Yes, true.
It is the men's long jump happening also on the other side.
And of course, we have the women's javelin. You can see
the women's javelin happening just
throwing,
about now.
Yeah.
And that's a good throw.
A good throw there. Yeah. So I was saying that the event will culminate at the national trials, where athletes will be invited to compete at the trials. And then, of course, after that, we'll have now a team being selected to head to the World Athletics Championships, where Kenya is expected to also perform well. And yeah, that is the season that awaits us. But of course, we'll have other events, Mulemi.
Yes.
The World Relay Championships coming in May. Of course, these athletes competing here, especially the ones who are doing 400, 200, 100, are the ones who will be competing at the World Relay Championships in China. Is it in Nanjing or Guangzhou? Then World Indoor is in Nanjing.
Nanjing, yes. World Indoors will be in Nanjing.
Next month.
Next month?
Yes, next month.
But then the World Relays come later on.
And then,
now it is the 1,500 meters.
Yes.
That should be the final. That beautiful scenes I can see. We are in an area where sugarcane is grown.
Yeah.
And
Mumias
can move us.
But of course, I think they want to fill the steeplechase pit. Yeah, I think
that should be happening later on.
Yeah. They're filling it with water.
The results from the 5,000 men final number 1. Festus Kiprop won in a time of 14 minutes, 1 second, ahead of Kibet Ndiwa, 14.06. Anthony Kibet, 14.10. Jared Kipkemoi, 14.13. And Robert Keter, 14.17. Now to the most dominant race Kenya has had in the recent years, the 1,500 meters women final.
Yeah, of course, they are being motivated by one and only 3-time Olympic champion, Faith Kipyegon.
A hat-trick of Olympic titles.
Yes.
Of course, apart from 2019, she's actually won all the world titles since 2017.
Yes.
So that's quite a story.
No, 2019 she
2019
won,
she won silver because she was just from maternity leave.
Yes.
She came back to reclaim victory.
Exactly.
And she's been our star.
Yes, yes.
In the Olympics, she claimed gold. And in the 5,000 meters is where she was actually beaten for the first time in a very long time by her compatriot,
That is Beatrice Chebet.
Chebet. Now it is time for the 19
And you should have seen the starter there. The starter is none other than Isabella Ochichi.
Isabella Ochichi, the veteran, the legend herself.
Yes.
Good to see them get roles in such events.
Exactly. Yeah. And talking earlier about the javelin, the girl I was telling you about, she's called Irene Chepkemboy.
Irene Chepkemboy.
She's at Texas Christian University in the US.
She's the one who broke the national record in javelin.
Yes.
That was 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
Lispa Wangui kwa Sara Knight wa Malwa. Chepchumba
Glorious, yeah.
Immaculate Chepkosgei, Josephine Nyamusi, Vivian Cherotich, Diana Chelagat, Celestine Mantaine, Alfonsa Marogo Banani, Dorothy Chebet, Beta Wanja, Felicitas Mpaiwa, Anne Masibo, Nelly Chebet Ngeiwo, Josephine Musau, Winnie Chepchumba Kiplagat, Frida Bosibo Riabuga, Mildred Aluku and Sandra Chepchumba of South Rift in this 1,500 meters women final. 3.5 laps of this one. After the 1,500 meters, we'll have the 200 meters women round 1 and the men 200 meters round 1. So, Pongui, Glorious, Chepchumba in second place, Sandra Chepchumba also hanging in there. It's now shaping up the 1,500 meters women final.
Remember now, Glorious normally does 800 meters. Of course, when you see athlete going to maybe a race that is not her specialty, maybe she's either seeking speed or endurance. Now maybe for Naomi that is endurance because she normally does. Now Glorious, she normally does 800 meters. She's still stuck in the lead. That is I think she's second in that leading pack.
And Vivian Cherotich now in third place, also from South Rift. As Ponsira Barongo Manani still leading there.
Maybe talking about 1500 Mulemi. Of course, there's an athlete here who comes from Lemotit Camp. The Lemotit Camp has been doing so well this year.
We've really covered the Lemotit Camp in the cross country. They've really done well.
We normally have to talk about them.
Yes.
They're doing well. Well, I was talking about maybe that's the last lap. I was asking maybe what do you think is the future of the 1500 meters race? If Faith goes to 5,000, 10,000 at the marathon, do we have athletes maybe coming up to fill that gap?
I'm looking at this lineup here. I see there is an athlete called Dorothy Chebet, born in 2006. So there's still interest.
Yes.
It now depends with how well they will be nurtured. But Vivian Cherotich hitting the front for the first time. We've talked about athletes who have just come up, and Vivian Cherotich was born on 18th of January 2006. So she's barely 21 years of age. And you can see, you've asked about the future. This is what we are talking about. There's still future in 1,500 meters. Faith might be doing her last track races maybe this year or next year or the next. But then you look at Vivian, though she's going to finish second behind Glorious, but then she has shown us that there is future, just as you said. And you've talked about the camps. 55 camps in the country. It means that there's more talent out there.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, it's just for the coaches to give this athlete the right training and right conditions for their training. And I know we are going to get there. We are going to get better athletes for these events because we don't have to depend on one person so that we always cry each and every day that we didn't get a medal. But we need more of athletes so that they can be able to jostle for these medals.
I'm Glorious Chepchumba was winning the 1,500 meters just ahead of Vivian Cherotich of South Rift.
Actually, Nam Glorious trains with Naomi Korir in Eldoret. Naomi Korir, the 800 meter specialist. Of course, she missed last year the Olympic Games, but I think she's out there to revenge this year so that she can be able to compete at the World Championships. Maybe World Relay Championships, because you remember she has a silver medal from the 2021 championships in Poland.
Of course, if you're joining us, we're live from the Mumias Sports Complex on the first Athletics Kenya, Betika, and meet. Of course, we'll be lining up a couple of interviews from the track side. And we'll be shifting focus to the 200 meters, both men and women, round number 1, but then a couple of interviews lined up on the track side. We'll be crossing over to the track side to listen to what some of the interviews, and Bernard Roti already take it away.
And of course, we are joined here by the winner of today's race, 1500 meters race. Naomi, huwa unakimbia 800. Leo umekimbia 1500. Labda mbona umekimbia 1500? Anza na jina.
My name is Chepchumba and I'm Glorious. Nimekimbia leo 1500 because coach aliona at least to change manana na endurance.
And of course huwa una train pale Eldoret. Sijui training imekuwa kwako aje, na hii ni race yako ya kwanza ya 1500. Imekuwa aje kwako?
Tukitrain Eldoret mostly. I think this is when I change. This is when I change because sijawahi pika loading kama vile tumeanza mwezi wa 9, and I can say that in public that it's like coach that tuko na Naomi Korir mwenye aliacha Olympic tukakuja na hiyo morale tuka train hard, so we thank God for this.
Of course season imeanza, labda ni nini unapangia pale mbele?
Actually sijajua because manager wangu acha ni update, but mostly akili iko kwa D0. Yeah.
Asante sana and all the best. Of course that was Naomi, and amesema ana prepare for D0. D0 is a race that normally happens in Germany, and of course we are going to talk to the next athlete. Of course 200 meters ongoing there, and of course anza tu na majina na utuambie race imekuwa namna gani. Simama, angalia kamera.
Kwa majina naitwa Arfozina. Tumekimbia poa. Na ndio first starting yetu ya season. I hope kwenda mbele itakuwa sawa.
Labda tueleze wewe unafanya mazoezi wapi?
Mazoezi yangu na trainia Ngong.
So leo mbio kwako imekuwa aje?
Si rahisi, lakini nimejaribu.
Asante and all the best. Those were 1500 meters athletes, and of course the next event has already started. That is the 200 meters women's race. And Mulemi, if you can hear me, maybe you can take it over from there.
wa kina dada wachache watakuwa wamefuzu kwa fainali ya mita 100 wa kina dada kukimbia leo fainali mita 100 kina dada siku ya leo. Tunaendelea vizuri, mchezo mwingine ndio huo kule, na katika mchezo wa pili wa shindano la mita ya pili chao
And of course, we are going to the second. We're going to the second hit of the 200 meters round one. That is Eunice Kadogo, Tracy Awor, Rael Masinde, Katete, Yvonne Namuma Mwangala, Doreen Waka, Brenda Masisa Iziano, Stella Chebet Langat.
Second heat of the 200 meters with Diana Owako winning heat number 1. So we are ready for heat number 2, where we have Eunice Kadogo, former national champion from police, Tracy Awor, Rael Masinde Katete, Ivan Mutuma Mwangala, Doreen Waka, Brendan Masitsa Inziano, and Stella Chebet, all competing in that order. So Eunice, Tracy, Rael, Yvonne, Doreen, Waka, Brenda, and Stella. So the second heat of the 4 in the 200 meters. So we are ready for 200 meters heat number 2. And watch out for Tracy Awor, Eunice Kadogo, Doreen Waka. Very good sprinters there, and Eunice Kadogo comes off the block really nicely. Tracy Awor just trying to make sure that she stays in touch. Tracy, but then Eunice Kadogo will hang on the former national record holder in the 200 meters. Just about Mwangala edges out Eunice Kadogo to win the second heat of the 200 meters. And we are ready for heat number 3. And we have heat number 3, where we are Gladys Mumbe, Joylin Kurgat, Purity Chepkoech, Mercy Cherop, and
Joylin Kurgat, Purity
Wanjala, Emelda Diambo Muga of KDF. Gladys Mumbe. Running in lane number 1 on your screens. That is Mercy Cherop in 863 and Muhanda. The second heat of the 200 meters. That is Gladys Mumbe from Southern, Gladys Mumbe and Joylin Kurgat. But then Kurgat fell falling apart. But then Anne Muhanda just trying so hard to come into the picture. She finishes second, but then it's Gladys Mumbe David who wins that one. So Gladys Mumbe winning hit number 2. And one that now hit number 3. Can see Navy Ameshira Mongina, Ekiru Alice, Brivian Chelimo, Masi Chebet, Joan Cheprono. Waiting for the start of this before ushering in the men's 200 meters. Eleven hits in the men's category.
Before we quickly move to the next event, 200 meters men. Those are the men waiting on the line for the start. The women 200 meters.
The last heat of the 200 meters women, round number 1.
Right at the field, make sure you do not throwers. Javelin throwers. Naomi Correa. Can you hear me? Naomi. Throwers. People at the field, please pay attention to wherever you are. If you're not doing anything at the field, please don't be there because you are endangering yourself because of the javelin that is being thrown from the right hand side to the left hand side towards everything is standing. We do not require anybody standing up and down the pace. Type of that. Please. 200 meters, women. 200 meters. It is.
Of the javelin competition ongoing as we await for the last heat of the women 200 meters to take place, and at least just getting ready for that. And it is just a few 1 minute after midnight. That's 12:01 p.m. in Nairobi.
So once again, we are holding on for the starter, Mr. Latin, as he's holding on for the recorders and the timekeepers for the start of the 200 meters for women. The lineup, the third hit, the women's 200 meters. Ekiru, Alice Ekiru, Northern. Vivian Lima, Northern. Mercy Chebet, Southern. Yvonne Otunga, University. Nathan Mogina, Prison. Esther Bagari, Prison. And from National Police Service, Joan Cherono. Joan Cherono.
The last because sorry, we were taking some water. It's too hot here. And of course we have 200 meters now, the last hit, that is Mumbai. No, Ekiro, Alice Naspan, Brivian Lima, Mas Chebet, Albitsa Otunga, Nevia Mishira Mogina, Esther Magari, and Joan Cherono.
This is going to be very interesting because it is the last hit of the 200 meters before ushering in the men's event. And you look at how competitive it's been on this day. You can always tell that there is that extra motivation that comes in between. And Esther Bagari, she's always shown that she has what it takes to dominate this, and she's done that exactly in this hit. And like everyone was chasing after her, Briven Nelim and Mercy Chebet fighting for the second and third positions in these 200 meters. And for the men, it's close to 12 feet.
Yeah. That's, I was telling you about the sprinting event. It has really motivated the athletes. Looking, of course, at the women, somebody like Joanne. The other time, she was saying that she wants to move to 800 meters. 800 meters. So, looking at this.
And the crowd really charged up.
So, we are waiting to see how she will be performing at the 800 meters. Of course. this, but you know, it's a very fast event. Only 2 laps, and you have to calculate so well so that I can be able to finish very well. Remember some of the athletes who competed last time, like I was talking to Ngeno, who is doing 800 meters, he was saying that he missed a chance because of miscalculation to represent Kenya at the Olympic Games. Remember, he's the African champion.
The African champion, and just missed out because of, let's say, missing a step or two. And it normally happens, especially to athletes who are quite inexperienced when it comes to the most crucial stages of the races. But right now, we're talking about the 200 meters heat number 1. We have Moses Onyango Wasike in lane number 1, Thomas Wamalwa, Justin Saboke, Moses Siahi, Omwado Walter Bruce, Simon Mburu, Owino Stephen, and Collins Mukhwana of North Rift. So the 200 meters men, round number 1. So we're getting ready for the 200 meters heat number 1. Simon Mburu in lane number 7 gets off the blocks nicely. And Simon Mburu in typical fashion, but then watch out for Moses Gumede. Justin Saboke, who's always been on top there. So it is Moses and Justin, but then Justin Saboke just about edges out Moses Gumede to win that first hit of the 200 meters.
Moses also trained sometimes in Eldoret.
Trains in Eldoret. Under which camp?
I think is just have a private who trains individually with a group of some of the sprinters in Eldoret.
Moses Gumede, of course, coming back home to stamp authority in the 200 meters. But afterwards, we'll have the 3,000 meters women's steeplechase final.
We have a lot of athletes in the 200 meters. I can see a group there. I thought they're doing long distance. They're waiting for their heat.
There are 12 heats of this one.
Yes.
In the 200 meters men, round number 1. So that tells you that we have a long way to go. Yes. 11 to go, and now we are down to the next one. Amos Alan Wanjala, Alexander Omusale, Elkana Kiprotich, Josiah Innocent Kadima, Jadwin Akwimbasa Makamu, Wandera Juma Brian, Omurwa Isaac Kundu, and Edward Okelo to take part in heat number 2 in this one.
So Omurwa is also doing 200.
He's doing 200 after winning heat number 3 of the 100 meters earlier on today. So he is running in lane number 7, Isaac Omurwa. Watch out for Elkana Kiprotich in lane number 3. So it's a false start, so it's going to be recalled, and someone might be in trouble having an early shower. So it will be Elkana Kiprotich from National Youth Service who will be going out, and of course we are into the 200 meters heat number 2. Isaac Omuru coming in very nicely, but then watch out for Elkana Kiprotich finishing in second. Isaac Omuru coming in first. Josiah Kadima, who claims second place behind Isaac Omurwa. He looks to be in great shape. Look at the smile in his face. He knows that this season he might be doing wonders after representing the country well in the junior championship. Do you feel that it is time now to step up and of course challenge for the national title and maybe succeed his brother?
Yeah, there's no time to waste because athletics career is very short. So when you're in good shape, just go for it, work for it, and make sure you also compete with those competitive people, the elite. I'm happy because he normally competes against his brother, which really is a motivation to him. So he needs to go for that event. Let us see him at the national. Let us see him at the national trials. Let us see him even going up to the world championships, so that he can take over from his brother once he retires. About how many events? How many?
10 to go.
10 to go. A big number of athletes.
A big number of athletes here at the Mumias Sports Complex. A beautiful, beautiful facility on this sunny afternoon in Kakamega County, and you are ready for heat number 2. And interestingly, they are not using blocks to start the race.
Yeah, we call it Kenyeji.
So it's all about
use what we have.
Use your spikes well to propel you.
Exactly.
Yeah. And in heat number 3, Meshak Sindani, Evans, Wekesa, Glovian, Mamache, Dan Asamba, Hesbon Ocheng, Samuel Wanjala, Moses Murithi, and James Kingori Mwaura.
Dan Kivias is there.
Dan Kivias is there. Hesbon is there. Very experienced sprinters from Prisons. And off they go, the second hit of the 200 meters. And of course, watch out for Hesbon, who's come off nicely. Daniel Kiviasia Samba, fresh from winning the 100 meters hit in the morning. He is trying, and the two guys from Prisons are competing neck to neck, toe to toe, shoulder to shoulder, and they'll have a photo finish. It's like they were in training.
It's like they were trying to assist one another. So go for someone who has.
Of course, the aim is to ensure that they qualify for the next round, and of course a warning is going to be issued. We'll be confirming to whom. So we are ready for heat number 3, and the man on your screens, heat number 4, the man on your screens is Nicholas Mukabana, representing National Youth Service, who apparently have brought so many entrants in this meet.
And I'm proud because we have also universities competing here. There are athletes under the name others. I don't know who are these others.
Maybe they are individual entries.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
What does it take for one to come and compete in this one?
It's just open. You just have to come and compete, and you have to be a registered athlete. Remember now, you have to register for these events
through the online platform.
Yes. not actually registering to compete, but you have to be an athlete from Athletics Kenya
who has an AK number. And there we go, that one 200 meters. Look at George Njenga steaming very nicely, but then watch out for Eric Busena. It is George Njenga of Police jogging to win this heat number 4. George Njenga paving way for heat number 5, where we'll have Vitalis Musembi Anyonje in lane number 1, Elisha Kiplangat in lane number 2, Kevin Joktain of NYS in lane number 3, Mandu Kevin Kisaka in lane number 4, Victor Barasa, Tinega Brian Onyari, Ronald Kiprono Koech, and Kennedy Kamau. The man on your screens is Ronald Kiprono Koech, representing Police. Brian Tinega Onyari also be aiming to make a mark in this one in lane number 6. This is heat number 5. And afterwards we'll have the 3000 meter steeplechase women final, and I can see only 5 athletes in this one.
Yeah, maybe I think as you go towards the as you finish up with the series, towards the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th series,
The numbers shall have grown.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Remember, also coming up will be the 100 meter semi-final for both men and women, and the 800 meters women heats. And there you go. Heat number 5, Elijah Kiplangat in lane number 2. But then that is Hans Omondi of Western being cheered on. But then Brian Tinega coming in strongly. He just jogged home to finish 2nd. Brian Tinega and Ronald Kiprono Koech.
You're going to the 6th.
We are halfway.
Billy Mbaya Chaya, Kipkorir Kevin, Wilson Kipkorir, Newton Rotich Kipngeno, Duncan Kipngeno, Davis Wabwire, Ben Okutu Omari, and then we have Tony Subiyo. Billy from Western, Kipkorir from, because I said others. Wilson Kipkorir.
Why do you call them others?
Newton Rotich Kipngeno, Duncan, South Davis from Western, Ben Okutu Omari, Prisons, and Tony Subiyo from NYS.
Getting ready for heat number 6 of the 200 meters. Tony Simi will be running in lane number 8. So Billy Mbaya will be running in lane number 1, Kipkorir Kevin in lane number 2, Wilson Kipkorir in lane number 3, Newton Kiprotich Ngeno, Duncan Kipngeno, Davis Bwire, and Dennis Wabwire, Ben Obutu, and Tony Simiyu. I'm getting ready to start the 200 meters heat number 6. Can see only 4 will be running in this heat number 6. Tony Simiyu of the NYS, and off they go smoothly. Tony Simiyu of the National Youth Service. David Wabwire of Western getting cheers from the home crowd, but then Wilson Kipkorir couldn't just match Kevin Kipkorir, who wins it smoothly, with Wilson coming in second and Tony Simiyu in third place. So hit number 7 coming up in a bit.
So let me, as you wait for that hit to start, the leading time here is event 200 meters. Tebogo from Botswana.
Lesile Tebogo.
Yes, he's done 1946. That is the leading time currently. Followed by Noah Lyles, that is 1953. Kenneth Bednarek, that is 1957, or both from US. Then another US athlete, Courtney Lindsay, has done 1971. Tarsis Orogot from Uganda, he has done 1975. Remember, Orogot used to train
Ngong
in Nairobi. Yes.
Yeah, at Ngong. He relocated to the United States.
Is it United States or I think it's in Denmark?
Denmark.
Yes.
He's been competing in the series for quite a while.
Yes, yes.
He competed last time, and of course he also competed during the end. It's a battle between the National Youth Service and National Police for this one. It is going to be very, very close, but then NYS will be winning this one very comfortable. Hit number 7 of the 200 meters. Tony Simiyu.
Yes.
Yeah. We were talking about Orokot, and you could see the consistency he had during the weekend meets. You could see actually the resilience he had, and of course the determination, and running the fastest time last season.
Yes.
Is it a reason as to why you can say that Uganda are also trying to cope up with us when it comes to sprints?
Yeah, it is, because I told you maybe getting these athletes training in the right conditions with the right, of course, something like stadiums. Because for us Kenyans, it has been a problem for the stadiums, but getting these stadiums, you'll be able to see many athletes doing very well, because they really need that facility for speed sessions. And I know we will get there. Remember, in the past, if we talk about the mountain running, Uganda used to do very well beating Kenya, but it has now gone the other way around. We are now
Kenya is the king of the sprints.
Mountain
running, yeah.
Yes. So the sprints we are also getting there slowly by slowly, and it's just that these athletes have to push one more time.
And it is hit number 8. A couple of hits to go. The likes of, but watch out for the likes of Julian Kimutai, and right now that is Dennis Mulongo, who won the 100 meters hit number 5, and now he's won the 200 meters heat number 8. This man looks really, really strong. And I'm looking at some of the statistics. He was born the year 2000, so he still has some gas in his tank. Dennis Mulongo.
Yeah, now, of course, we were talking about ranking. And of course, the 5th athlete is from Uganda.
Orokot.
We have another athlete from Africa who is number 12 in ranking from Zimbabwe, Makarawa. Apiwanashe Makarawa.
Did really well in the African Championships.
Yes.
Yes.
And we have another one who is from Ivory Coast, Chekna
Traore.
12th. Another Zimbabwe, Charaba, coming in 15th. Yeah, and that tells you something, that Africa has, they have a representation, but we also have to get a representation from Kenya. Because if you look at
who holds the national record?
Not national, but African
record. The 200 meters.
It should be a record.
A record? Yes. Or with the
1970?
Or is it Lesile Tebogo?
Yes, either of them. Subject, I think it's Tebogo.
And heat number 9 of the 200 meters is underway. Clive Ndiwa, Ochieng Opondo Duncan, David Sane Kipriante, who is now straight in the lead. Erastus Mbaluka Misilu, Nathaniel Kipngetich, Moses Torosi and Danson Kibet. But then watch out at Opondo Duncan. He is actually just taking this, and he wins it just ahead of Nathaniel Kipngetich. Clive Kibet Ndiwa. And I like how fast they are finishing this.
Yeah, it's Tebogo who holds the national, the
African record
with 1946, and he broke this at the Paris 2024.
Where he won gold.
Yes. So that's the African record.
10th heat of the 200 meters. Gabriel Kisoya Kamakia, Kipkoech Emmanuel, Yedojik Aquil. I think he should be representing South Sudan. Daniel Kitui Makayo, Muyiyi Samuel Mukehe, Joseph Mwale, and William Mwaranga Nyagaka of Prisons. Heat number 10. Let's wait and see who reigns supreme in this one. Will it be Kipkoech Emmanuel or Daniel Kitui in lane number 4? And off they go. Daniel Kitui off the blocks nicely. Yedjok Achuil struggling a little bit on the 150. But then Gabriel Kisoya Kamakia trying really hard. But then it is about Dennis Kitui Makayo who will come to win this heat number 10 of the 200 meters, just about edging Joseph Mwale. One more hit to go according to the start list. I can see Mark Sanya. I can see James Okune Mangombe. Franklin Kipkurui is also there. It is the last heat of the 200 meters. The last heat of this one just about to go down. The 200 meters men, round 1 heat number 11. Remember, afterwards we'll have the 3000 meters steeplechase women, and athletes getting a warning before the start of this. So it's a warning to all the athletes. It means that nobody is taking an early shower, and the 11th heat of the men 200 meters round number 1 is about to kick off. Kelvin Kiprotich coming in nicely, but then this is going to be really close. But then Kelvin Kiprotich really hung there to win this one. I think he just about saw this home. Of the 200 meters.
That was a big number.
It's a huge turnout. I remember one time, was it last year or 2022, where we had
about
19 hits in the 100 meters. That was quite a number, a huge number. Yeah, and this being the first event of the year, and you find such a huge turnout, it tells you that many of these athletes really want to make a mark this season. Remember, we're talking about Road to Tokyo.
Yes. And of course, we have a number of athletes from various regions, various discipline courses. We've seen athletes from KDF competing here, from Kenya, from national teams, Kenya teams, NYS, so they're all looking forward to the great season. It's everybody's dream to get that chance. Remember, only 3 athletes. All these who are competing here, only 3 athletes will get a chance to compete at the World Championships, representing from all the other events. So if we can have even the field event athletes, as you can see here, and getting a slot also to represent Kenya, it will be something good. Of course, I know there are various issues. You have to meet certain conditions. You have to run clean. We have to live by that. We have to follow. We have to follow. They are there, and we have to follow them.
On your screens right now, the long jump men final. Of course, we'll be giving you the results as they come in.
And maybe somebody will be wondering why is the tractor in the in the field?
Should be filling the steeplechase.
Is it the pit?
Yeah, the pit.
With water, so that the athletes can be able to jump. I think it's one of the tractors from the Mumias sugar company.
Yeah, supplying water.
Yes. And of course, it's good to see a lot of coaches here, Coach Ting, Coach, a number of coaches from Western. I can see also the head coach, Julius Kirwa. He has never missed an event.
Any event, and he's always in the forefront in making sure that athletes run clean. And of course, adapt to the different conditions, and over the years the success has always been credited to him. The long jump currently happening on your screens as we are waiting for.
Yeah, and of course a number of journalists covering this event here.
A battery of journalists, as of course.
I have seen Sabuni.
Kevin Sabuni.
Manuel Sabuni.
Yeah, Emmanuel Sabuni. Masinde is
Opa.
also here, sitting in the sun, scorching himself. He wants to burn some fat.
I've seen Benson there. A number of journalists around.
Yeah. This is a huge event that, of course, is creating traction. Emmanuel Sabuni, of course, based in Eldoret. Does so many things, and there's something big happening in Eldoret next weekend.
And he has never missed any. He has never missed any meet. He has never missed any meet. I normally see him in all the meets, the cross country meets. Now we have started the track and field meets. Yeah. Now we are going to the next event, but I can see. Is it? It should be 800 meters.
It was supposed to be the 3,000 meters steeplechase women final.
I can see only 3 athletes.
They were actually supposed to be 5.
At the start line, I can see only 3. And I
So,
can see they are trying to. The officials are trying to converse, and they are talking there.
should it happen? Should it not happen? And that's the long jump happening right now. It's a clean jump.
Javelin men. Going there.
Javelin men.
I think it's high time also we develop other Yegos.
He said that he was going to be in the forefront in developing these athletes, and we hope that is going to happen. Julius Yego, of course, former African, is the current African champion. Yeah. And of course, his exploits from last season ensure that he went to Paris and did great things there. And the long jump has not been one of our best events over the years. And some of these athletes will be ensuring that they at least make a mark and maybe qualify for the World Championships.
But remember, Winnie is doing some marvelous things in the US.
Winnie B.
Doing the long jump and triple jump.
Has she qualified for the World Championship?
She needs to jump
14. So she did 13?
She has done 13. Should be 13.
95. She's so close. And that is now the official national record. Dennis Kibet preparing to take his jump. Down it goes smoothly, and it's a no jump, meaning that he'll have one more attempt. And that reminds me, Athletics Kenya head of marketing and digital strategy, Mr. Abraham, talked about sampling different events at different places as we see the start of the 3,000 meter steeplechase, a race that has only 3 participants. Wow.
Well, there are only 3, and already one has been left behind. So we have 2 athletes. Yeah, this is interesting. Anyways, the season has started. Maybe we'll have more in the next event. But maybe someone is reminding me that we need to wish our viewers and listeners happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day to all the viewers wherever you are. Celebrating their loved ones as we bring you the Athletics Kenya first weekend meet live from the sports complex in Mumias. And how will you celebrate your Valentine? Maybe from here.
I'm far away from home, so I'll just go and eat nyama choma somewhere.
Later on.
But it's important to know that we have those athletes who maybe they are both practicing the same sport. Their husband and wife. We need to wish them well. Happy Valentine's to them.
Like Ferdinand Omanyala, yeah. And with his lovely wife, Lavender.
Exactly.
Yes.
We have a number of athletes even in Kapsabet, in Kaptagat, and Nyahururu. So these athletes, we need to wish them well. Of course, it's not that easy, but we need to wish them well to continue working hard. Because, of course, like somebody like Patrick is a world mountain running champion. And the wife, that is Janet Chemgeti,
yes,
also an athlete, Africa champion in 10,000. So those are a couple who are running.
Yes.
It's not that easy because both of you have to do training very hard. Go back home, do some house course, all the way to the evening and do the evening race. Evening training, I mean. So it's not that easy anyway. Happy Valentine's to you all. We love you guys.
Back to action, the 3,000 meter steeplechase women final, and it's happening here right now.
Yeah, two athletes.
It is Betha Wanja and Sandra Jepchumba. And this will be a very, very slow 3,000 meter steeplechase race.
How many events are we remaining?
We have the 100 meters men final, semi-final, both men and women. The 800 meters round 1. We'll also have the 400 meters semi-final and the 400 meters, both men and women, to finish off the day. So 3 disciplines to go: the 400 meters, the 800 meters, and right now we have the 800 meters happening.
Do you recognize that name from the cross country?
From the cross country, yes. She is actually, she was supposed to run in this one. She's there. Actually, she's there with Sandra Jepchumba, the two athletes that are in the front line, and the distance is becoming huge and huge in this final.
Of course, at the World Championships we missed the medal.
Yeah, with the Faith Cherotich. You're talking about the World Championship. Yavi Mutile. She went to dominate us in the world. Taking a good shower in this hot weather conditions.
And of course, I was telling you about the World Championships.
Yes.
Mutile has a gold medal. She has a gold medal in Olympic Games. But during the finals of the Diamond League, Faith Cherotich said no. I can also do it. And she won the race.
She won the race. Felicitas Mpaia of Western. She's really struggling. I think she's trying to keep up pace with the likes of Celestine Mantaine and Sandra Jepchumba. But now it's all about Celestine Mantaine with 4 laps to go. She looks to be in fine form, just as she did during the National Cross Country Series. As we also look at what's happening down on the field, in the field rather.
remember, we had one of the athletes I was telling you, he's competing to try to get a slot to go and learn, to get a scholarship to go and learn.
Celestine Mantaine with a long stride. Joel Kiprotich.
Because he started at all in 2006 on September 3rd.
Celestine Mantaine, 3 laps to go. She looks really strong. Sandra Jepchumba has been left. It's close to 100 meters the gap between the first and the second athlete. Sandra Jepchumba trying so hard to ensure that she at least finishes second. But then, as much as Felicitas Pierre of Western might not be able to catch up with the rest, she's in the podium.
Yes. She will be there.
She will be, as long as she finishes her race. There she goes, taking another deep shower. Steeple is not easy. It's not easy. Yeah. And that tells you that these athletes have to go through specialized training to ensure that at least they do the right thing, know when to jump the hurdles and the water jump. Celestine Mantaine leading the way. You look at her, she's a young girl, she has a bright future, had a very good outing in the cross country. And
maybe I think she trains with Faith Heritage. We'll get a confirmation from the coach. I saw the coach here earlier, that is Bernard Rono from Caliet. We'll be able to follow her.
That is Celestine Mantaine, 2 laps to go. Felicitas Mampaya of Western.
And of course the crowd, they are cheering her on.
And in fact she is
over the
39 years of age. Wow.
That is great.
Yeah, remarkable.
As you said, she'll finish third.
She'll finish third, of course, only 3 entrants, so she's sure of finishing in the podium, on the podium. Sandra Jepchumba currently second. The distance between her and Celestine is close to 200 meters at the moment. That's half a lap. Celestine, if she maintains this, she will be finishing the race in very good time. There you go, that is Celestine. On her way to finishing first in this one. Celestine Mantaine doing her last lap, and that is Felicitas Mampaya. That is Celestine.
We are the last lap of the steeplechase. Let's give this lady
Yes, Celestine doing her last few meters of this one. She will be winning this one, of course. Celestine Mantaine will win the 3,000 meter steeplechase. Falls in the water, but she's determined because there's no pressure as Sandra is way back, but she'll be jogging home to victory. As I understand, she's been training with Faith Cherotich, the youngster.
Faith Charity, the steeplechase marathon in Paris 2024. The chapter coming in now from Betika as we continue adding the ladies to complete.
And that is the winner, Celestine Mantaine of South Rift, finishing first in the 3,000 meter steeplechase. She fell in the water jump, so she might have hurt herself, but I believe she's gonna be okay. And of course we'll be heading Celestine winning that one, and I'll be eager to hear what Celestine has to say following her victory. And Bernard, if you are ready, you can take it away.
Others are podium finishers. Celestine yuko hapa, nataka niongee naye, labda tusikie anasemaje. Labda Celestine, unafanya mazoezi wapi na mazoezi ya leo imekuwa namna gani?
Kwa majina ni Celestine Mandaine, natoka Kaliet Athletics Camp na train with coach Bernard. Fenzi ya leo ilikuwa mzuri, ilikuwa mara yangu ya kwanza kuruka steeplechase. Nashukuru Mungu ameniwezesha.
Ni mara yako ya kwanza kukimbia steeplechase?
Yes.
Na umeiona aje mbio yenyewe?
Nimeona mbio ni mzuri sana.
Umeongea juu ya Kaliet, labda huwa mna train na Faith Cherotich?
Tuna train na Faith Cherotich.
Na labda vile umeona akikimbia, labda amekupea motisha pia unaweza kimbia na kufanya vizuri kwa hii mbio?
Ndiye anatupeanga advice. Nashukuru.
Wewe bado ni mwanafunzi, anasoma ama unasoma shule gani?
Nasoma katika Kalia. Form 2.
Asante sana and all the best. Pongezi sana. Of course, Mulemi, that is Celestine. I told you earlier that I suspected she must be training with Faith Cherotich. Faith Cherotich is is the bronze medalist in Olympic Games. And of course, we have the second athlete here. That is Sandra Chepchumba. Sandra, labda utuambie mbio leo imekuwa namna gani?
Mbio leo haikuwa. Kwa majina ni Sandra Chepchumba, natoka Kericho County. Mbio leo haikuwa mbaya.
Labda unafanya mazoezi wapi, na hii mbio labda imekupea motisha aje leo, labda umemaliza wa pili? Unafanya mazoezi wapi?
Kipkelia.
Labda unafanya mazoezi na kina nani? Tueleze hiyo, na labda hii mbio ulikuwa umejitayarisha vipi?
Mazoezi na my training mates na train na Faith Cherotich, Celestine Mandaine na Faith Chepkurui.
Faith Cherotich ni bingwa wa dunia. Labda unataka siku za usoni ukue kama yeye?
Ndio.
Uko shule gani?
Sugutek Secondary School.
Form
2.
Asante sana. All the best. Of course, Sugutek Form 2, Kaliet Form 2, those are high school students who are doing wonders here today, Mulemi. And of course, we heard Celestine saying that that was her first event, of course, and now the crowd is cheering on. The third athlete, of course, she will finish at the podium because we only had 3 athletes in this event. Wow, that is good. Congratulations to her. And of course, Mulemi, if you can take it over.
Thank you, Bernard. Of course, speaking to the podium finishers in the 3,000 meters women's steeplechase, Celestine Mantaine and Sandra Chepchumba finishing in first and second positions respectively. Waiting for the next event, but on the lineup, 100 meters women's semi-finals and the 100 meters men's semi-final before ushering in the 800 meters and the 400 meters. Ongoing also is the javelin men final and the long jump men final.
Felicitas, pongezi kwa kumaliza namba 3 leo. Labda tuambie hii mbio imekuwaje kwako?
Hii mbio imekuwa ngumu kwangu kwa sababu ni mara yangu ya kwanza kushiriki katika mbio. Kwa hivyo imekuwa ngumu lakini nimekasana. Nashukuru mimi ni namba 3. I say thank you. Thank you.
Wewe unafanya mazoezi wapi?
Mimi hufanya mazoezi upande wa Kakamega County. Mimi hufanya mazoezi yangu asubuhi. Kila asubuhi wanakimbia milima. Asante.
Labda kama umekimbia mara yako ya kwanza leo, labda inakupea motisha kuendelea?
Inanipea motisha kuendelea kwa sababu sasa nikiitwa mahali popote niko tayari kuenda kwa mbio. Yes.
Mmekimbia kama jua limewaka sana, labda hii haikukuaffect?
Imeni affect kwa sababu mimi ni mweupe, nitapata colors zingine kwa uso yangu. Sasa itabidi niende nitibu kwa sababu mimi ni mweupe, lakini nashukuru.
Labda wewe ni unafanya kazi ama wewe ni mama nyumbani, ama hebu tueleza.
Mimi sifanyi kazi, mimi ni mama nyumbani, niko na watoto 4 na mimi ni single mother. Asante. Yeah.
Mtoto mkubwa labda ako na miaka ngapi?
Mtoto mkubwa ako na miaka 18, ako Kabete Technical University. Mtoto wa pili ni mwanamke, ni wa kike, ako Sigalagala Polytechnic, na mtoto wa 3 ni wa kiume, ako Muslim, Kakamega Muslim Secondary. Mtoto wa 4 bado ako nyumbani, ako na miaka 2. Asante.
Pongezi sana and all the best. Yeah, so Mulemi, if you can hear, she's a mother of 4. And she's the firstborn is at the Technical University Kabete in Nairobi. So that tells you that she's really inspired to compete, and having competed here the first time today, she's happy that she's 3rd. She's in the prize money bracket, and she's so happy. Maybe of course you heard she's a single mother, and of course maybe we'll be getting more details from her so that we can be able maybe to see what well-wishers can do to her. Mulemi, if you can hear me, take it over.
Thank you so much. And the javelin final on the other side, we can always give you the results once they stream in, but that has been the 3,000 meters steeplechase women final that was won by Celestine Mantaine, followed by Sandra Jepchumba, and of course the home girl Felicitas Mpaya, who's given quite a good account of herself, finishing 3rd, and of course coming to finish on the podium. We'll have the 100 meter semi-final still to come, 800 meters and the 400 meters to finish off day 1 of this. If you're joining us, we are live from the Mumias Sports Complex, county number 37, Kakamega, for day 1 of the first Athletics Kenya Betika weekend series. Of course, the track and field, having finished the cross-country series last week at the Eldoret Sports Club. That's the javelin men final taking place right now on your screens.
Javelin na 1500 meters women waje kwa jukwaa mara moja.
So it's not a very good throw, just below the 60-meter mark. Just below the 60-meter mark. Remember,
Wanariadha tuliwaita kuja mkimbie, sasa zawadi imefika, hatuwaoni tena. So hii tutarudisha Betika, itakuwa vipi? Maana tunataka kuja hapa kwa jukwaa mpewe.
also there'll be award ceremonies for different winners.
5,000. Festus Kiprop, Kibet Tiwa, Anthony Kibet, waje kwa zawadi. 1500 meters women. Javelin women, Ada Musai, ya Maklin ya Peruri, Judith Kanagat, waje mara moja. Hapo kwa jukwaa hapo ya zawadi. Kao pandole mwingine, just short behind, pandole mwingine. Yes. Huyo ni 5,000. Wapi Kibet Ndiwa? Wapi Anthony Kibet? Anthony Kibet, last call. Na Festus Kiprop, Central Rift. Waje mara moja. Long jump women wanaitajika. Long jump women. Tuko na wote watatu. Wapi Festus Kiprop wamekuja? Kibet Ndiwa? Kibet Ndiwa? Wapi Kibet Ndiwa? Alafu wapi Anthony Kibet? Central Rift. Festus Kiprop. Festus Kiprop. Festus Kiprop, Central Rift. Festus Kiprop, Central Rift. Festus na Kiuchini
We're back in action. It is the 100 meters women semi-finals. That is Eunice Kadogo on your screens, representing National Police Service. Rich field of athletes in this one.
Third position, Anthony Tibet, who took third position. Second position,
Lilian Aoko,
Ndiwa Mangata, Western.
Estambagari,
Tibet, Ndiwa Mangata, second position. And the winner, Festus Kipro, Central Reef. You will have a chance for the fourth.
so it is the first semi-final of this one, and off they go very nicely. Watch out of Eunice, watch out for Eunice Kadogo. She's trying really hard. Mercy Cherono wins, just about to make it to the final. Mercy Cherono and Estambagari finishing in 1 and 2, and they'll be competing in the 100 meters final. Eunice Kadogo came in third. I'm being informed that the 100 meters was women was actually a final, and Mercy Chebet has piped Estambagari to win that one, as you can see on the replays. Estambagari coming out from the outside. She tried really hard to stay in pace with Mercy, but then Mercy finished first, Bagari second, and Eunice Kadogo, former national champion, came in third. So the men will be competing in the semi-finals of the 100 meters. The men will be in the semi-finals, and the women, of course, were also participating in the final of the same race, the 100 meters. So, who will reign supreme in the men's category? And Bernard Rutich is ready on the track side. Bernard, you can take it away.
Of course, we have today's winner, that is the 100 meters women, Mercy Chebet. Mercy Chebet, labda leo ushindi wako inamaanisha nini? Umekimbia vizuri, umekuwa ukifanya mazoezi wapi, tueleze.
Nafanya mazoezi Kaptakat, niko global. Naona mazoezi yangu si mbaya, naendelea mzuri. Nilianza na mia nikasema aje nikafungue mwili nione venye iko kama bado niko na reaction.
Mwaka huu unapangia nini?
Mwaka huu napanga kukimbia 50, ni qualify Tokyo, na ni progress niende 800 meters.
Pongezi sana na asante sana. Asante.
Thank you so much, Bernard. And we just witnessed a very, very good race there with Hesbon Ocheng winning the first semi-final of the 100 meters. It was really pulsating. It was a battle between Hesbon and Justin Isaboke. So Hesbon will be headed to the finals of the 100 meters men. So it is 1 and 2 to the final, and you can see how well Hesbon redeemed himself after not a very good start in the heats earlier on today.
Leni ya pili Duncan Kimeno. Leni ya tatu Justin Isaboke. Leni ya nne ni Moses Wasike. Leni ya tano ni Kevin Doctor. Leni ya sita ni George Tenga. Leni ya saba Emmanuel Dochi. Na leni ya nane Isaac Munyoki.
Now we are heading to the second semi-final. You can see Justin Saboke, Moses Wasike, Kevin, George Njenga and Isaac Munyoki all lined up for this semi-final number 2. Remember, only the top 2 positions proceed to the final. And off they go, off nicely, and George Justin Saboke steaming away from the rest. Moses Wasike will come in second, but then Isaboke of the Kenya Defence Forces winning that smoothly, silencing the home crowd to walk into the final of the 100 meters. Into the third semi-final. Sylvester Simiu in lane number 1. Jamal Njakusolo. Ronald Koech in lane number 3. Elkana Sabina in lane number 5. Dan Kiviasi in lane number 6. Godfrey Muturi. So it is the third and last semi-final of the 100 meters. And it's gonna be fast and furious. Remember, afterwards we'll have the 800 meters, both men and women. For women we have 2 hits, and for the men 7 hits in the 800 meters. So who is going to join Hesbon and Isaboke in the final? It is the third in the 100 meters, and off they go nicely. Watch out for Jamal, but then Isaac Omurwa comes in smoothly, and he'll be winning this very comfortably. Isaac Omurwa seems to have come of age, has won all the races he's participated in this afternoon, this morning. He ran in the 200 meters, won his heat, ran the 100 meters in the morning, won it, and now he's won the third heat of this 100 meters semi-final.
Round 1 na mita 800 round 1 kwa wanaume na kina dada. 200 meters akina dada wamefuzu kwa fainali ya kesho. Wanaume watapambana leo semi fainali. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio tufungia ukurasa wa mashindano siku ya leo. Semi fainali wanaume itafanyika leo. Sasa tuona mzee wa kazi Betika alikuwa pale na mambo ilienda sawa. Sasa tunangoja upande wa wanaume na kina dada, wanaume mita 400. Lakini kabla ya hapo, kulingana na ratiba yetu ni kwamba baada ya mbio hizi za mita 100 tunakuja mita 800 round 1 women, alafu wanaume, na tufunge ukurasa na mbio za mita 400 wanaume semi finali siku ya leo. Basi mambo yaendelea vizuri, DJ tunaweza kuendelea.
Sasa 1500 meters inakuja sasa hivi.
In final, Glorious Jipchumba emerged winner in a time of 4 minutes 28.1 seconds, followed by Vivian Cherotich, the youngster, coming in second, 4 minutes 28.6 seconds, and Alfonsina Munani, 4 minutes 30.4 seconds.
And of course, Mulemi talking to Glorious. I told you earlier, she does 800 meters, and talking to her, she was saying that the coach asked her to go a little bit higher, that is 1500 meters. Test how the body will react. I told you that this race is all to do with the fitness and how the body will react in this event. So her coming, of course, winning the race is a plus for her. And I've seen Coach Lebo around here. He must have been watching closely to see what will happen.
And you talked to the third place in the steeplechase, Felicitas Mpaiya. She has some inspiration story that
it's really inspiring. A mother of 4.
A mother of 4.
Competing for the first time.
For the first time and finishing on the podium. Doing a steeplechase.
Which is a technical race. And finishing third, of course, she will go home with something.
Yes.
But she said that she has actually two of her children at the technical university.
Colleges.
Yeah. And she's a single mother. What does that tell you? She's really
and she's in fact she's inspired the rest of the mothers on this Valentine's Day. Something that is really inspiring, and we hope that she inspires even more people. We hope to see her in other weekend meets as we gear up for the 800 meters that is just about to start in a bit.
I can hear from the announcer that 800 meters is the final race.
For the day.
No, it's a final.
The 800 meters for.
Once we call you, tafadhali, javelin women, the winners, Mata Musau, police. Nyakeruri, police. Judith Chelagat, Central Rift. Please make your way to the restaurant with the prizes.
So of course we have Ikiru Alice Asmat,
as we quickly
Purity George,
a straight final. 800 meters, women. Alex Ekiru, North Rift. Joellen Kurgat, Central Rift. Purity Joy Chakwai, South Rift. Mati Chero, South Rift. Angeline Achieng, NYS. Jacqueline Muruki, NYS. Sylvia Chero, Police.
Of course, some of these normally register, but they don't come here to compete.
Then why should you compete when?
Why should you register when
you are not going to compete? Sorry.
Remember, at the World Championships, Kenya is the defending champion.
In the 1,500 meters, the 800 meters, Mary Mora. Yes.
Emily Tuwe, Police. Sarah Naika Malwa, Western. Jepchumba,
Off they go. I remember that they go for 2 laps. That oops, some fall there. Two athletes fell down.
That's a big number for 800 meters as we watch Tumba right there at the front of that amazing field.
Out because of the fall. But of course, I can see now Glorious is racing in.
She just finished racing the 1500 meters.
Yes.
And she's back here.
Of course. You have the other athletes.
Bildad Kipngetich, Vivian Cherotich is also here. She also competed in the 1500 meters.
That's true.
So very interesting, and a couple of big names in this one. Maureen Chepkirui also here, and you can feel they've hit the bell. And look at how Nam Glorious has hit the front. She seems to have had that adrenaline after winning the 1500 meters. And look at how well she's poised, takes over the mantle in this race, and you can feel that she has what it takes to take it all the way. That is Nam Glorious. With 200 meters to go, she's leading just the way she did in the 1500 meters. We are here at the Mumias Sports Complex, bringing you all the actions on day one of the Athletics Kenya Betika weekend track and field meet. That is Nam Glorious. Looks to be really strong as she heads towards the last 100. It is Nam Glorious. It is getting hotter as they head towards the tail end of this one. But Nam Glorious, just as she did in the 1500 meters, will claim victory in the 800 meters. Perfect race for this lady who's just done exactly what she came out here to do, claim victory in this 800 meters women final. Maureen Chepkirui came in second.
Basi tunaendelea na weekend meeting ya chama cha riadha nchini siku ya kwanza. Naambiwa na mwenzangu to hapa ni siku ya wale wapendanao. Ninaambiwa leo ni siku ya wale wapendanao. Ukionekana huko na rezi ni kuonyesha kwamba wakati mwingine you paint Mumias town red, sababu mambo ndio hivyo. Basi nataka tu kuwafahamisha kwamba tulipata msiba siku ya Jumatatu. Tulipoteza mwanariadha shupavu James Kipyego Kororia ambaye aliletea nchi yetu tukufu nishani ya silver medal katika wako.
Those are the 800 meters athletes who competed in the final. And of course, we'll be getting a couple of interviews from Maureen and of course Nam Glorious. So Bernard, if you're ready on the other side, you can take it away. You can speak to Maureen and Nam Glorious. Over to you, Bernard. 7 rounds actually of the 800 meters, and it is something we'll be looking at very, very keenly here at Mumias Sports Complex. So we await for the start of the .800 meters semi-final. But first of all, be speaking to Nam Glorious, who is with Bernard Rotich on the track side. Over to you, Bernard.
After kumaliza 1500 immediately coach akaenda kuniambia we are in interval, so do the best in 800. Na I was testing the cars because aliniambia pick all the way front runner. Yes.
Season imeanza sasa, wewe kwa hizi series ambazo zimebaki 5, labda unaonaje wewe mwenyewe kama mwanariadha?
Siwezi sema as for now tuko under coach, so everything anatupea direction. Yeah.
Lakini malengo yako ni kufika nationals na trials?
Yeah, that's my main target, and I thank God because last time ilikuwa trials ya Olympics nilikuwa injury ilinisumbua for long, but now I feel like I'm fit. I'm ready.
And of course ulituambia una train na Naomi Korir. She is also one of the a good athletes. Wamekimbia cross country vizuri na pia amekuja, nafikiri ameanza track. Labda mahali anakuona, labda unafikiria aje?
Hata nikiongea amekuwa kona yote akiruka juu. Ameniambia to just focus. I remember nikiwa 600 akwa akisema focus, and that is why nilifocus the way she used to be in cross country. Na for real nika deliver. She's happy, I know, especially coach. Yes.
Asante sana and all the best. So Mulemi, that was Nam Glorious. We are talking about the road to Tokyo, and of course you listen to her. She's saying that she depends with her coach what she will say. So she doesn't know if she'll be compete in the next series, but it depends with her coach. But going forward, she says that she wants to go all the way to the national trials and try to earn a slot for the World Championships in Tokyo, Japan. Mulemi, if you can hear me, take it over.
Track and field season, and it's all happening here, with the first one being held here at the Mumias Sports Complex, the first of 6 to be held nationally before the national championships scheduled for the 23rd of June this year. And if you're joining us, remember we are live from the Mumias Sports Complex, bringing you the first athletics Kenya track and field weekend meet. That's the javelin final still going on. Seems to be very, very competitive. Still the 800 meters men semi-final to come, with the 400 men and women semi-finals also in the horizon. That will signal the end of day 1 here in Mumias. We'll have tomorrow a couple of finals, including the 3,000 meters steeplechase, the 100 meters men and women. But right now we are in the javelin final. It is now the turn for the women to reign supreme. The men's javelin final done and dusted. Now it's down to the women javelin final. Sorry, the long jump final on your screens. The javelin women final happened earlier on in the day around 10 a.m. but the women long jump has just begun and it's the final event of the day. Earlier on we witnessed the men doing the long jump, and for the women long jump that has just begun, a couple of names just to watch out for. Anna Muhanda, Monica Njau, Dorcas Mutua, Acklin Jeruto, Sarah Jepchumba, Mary Jerotich, Milka Nyatichi, Damaklin Mwango, Judith Jalagat, Kepchumba, Judith Martha Musai, Bensura Chebet, Caroline Anyango, and of course Philippian Kerubo Nyandusi. But on your screens right now, the first semi-final of the 800 meters.
800 meters. Ben Omari, prison. Samuel Mukeke, Northridge. Joseph Mwale, Western. William Nyagata, prison. 70%, sorry, prison. Ian Anambe, Western. Franklin Tibet, Nairobi.
So Ben Omare, Muyeye, Samuel, Joseph Mwale, William Nyagaka, Kelvin Kiprotich, James Okune, Nangombe, Franklin Kipkurui, Kibet, Dominic Kipto, Barwin Chuny of KDF. 2 laps of this, the 800 meters semi-final number 1.
And we quickly want to get the fast heat underway.
Getting nervous as we begin. And there you go.
This is an amazing event. Alan Pidiego, there he goes, the tall man. Alan Pidiego. Instagram Pidiego. Northridge Pidiego.
As
So this is the semi-final.
the tall figure of Alan Kipyego. Can also see in the picture Daniel Korir Ndiwa.
Running 800 meters for the last 3 years. Alan Pidiego.
Shadrack Kimutai Chila is also there.
We hope this is the year to go to the World Athletic Championships in Tokyo, Japan. 2 laps. 2 laps to go for the men's 800 meters. They're coming to the bell now.
Shadrack Kimutai currently in second, just behind Daniel Korir Ndiwa as they hit the bell. Daniel Korir Ndiwa using his long strides to dictate the pace in this one, just ahead of Shadrack Kimutai Chila, who is currently in second place.
300 meters to go in the men's 800 meters semi-finals, fast semi-finals of the 800 meters. Remember, this is how you go to Tokyo. You begin right here in Mumias complex.
Kelvin Loti in third place, but then that is Daniel Ndiwa on the 150. Takes that bend very nicely. Looks to be really strong. Shadrack Kimutai Chila trying so hard to come from the outside. Devin Loti grimacing, trying to catch up with Kevin, but then it will be about Kevin winning this one. And of course, Shadrack Kimutai Chila coming in second and Loti coming in third. That's the first semi-final of this 800 meters that has just ended here at the Mumias Sports Complex. More semi-finals to come up. So Daniel Korindiwa claiming victory in the first semi-final of this 800 meters. So we'll have the next semi-final.
The gentleman you see there called Temeninga. Let's see, Temeninga, put up your hand and say Temeninga, there you go, thank you. That man was ran 1 minute 42 in the 800 meters. One of the fastest runners last year, 2024, together with Emmanuel.
I'm back from the from the interview section.
Clearly today we've really had long sessions.
I've run up and down a lot of interviews. Talking about 800 meters as you go for the second heat,
We have a silver medal World
Mm-hmm.
That is through,
Once you're ready, start. We're looking at you.
Emmanuel Wanyonyi.
the gold medal went to Arop.
Arop, before Wanyonyi decided to show Arop dust in Paris at the Olympic Games.
And of course, talking to Emmanuel, of course, I had a session with him, a long session, about a whole day. Interviews. He was saying that when he competed at the Budapest event, he didn't have experience in the senior categories because remember
He'd been in the junior category for quite a while.
yes, and he competed as a junior at the Oregon event where he came from. Now going to the Budapest, he competed and won silver. But he's saying he didn't have experience in the 2-lap race in the senior category. That is why Arop managed to beat him. But at the Olympic Games, he did some very good calculations going for gold.
What's the secret that they use that makes it quite different for these other athletes to try and replicate? Because this is the toughest race, I assume, of all the races, because it's in between sprinting and just running. Yes, and yes,
You have to have
and
good
lap running,
endurance and speed.
endurance and speed.
Yes, right. So of course, Wanyonyi was saying that of course we have a lot of incidents. Wanyonyi was saying that when running, he had done his research and he decided, that is why he decided to run from the front, leading all the way to the finish line.
Of
He didn't want
course.
to give a chance to Arop because the
And
other
that's the
time
same
he
thing David used when he ran through the world record in 2012.
Yes.
He knew that he had nothing to give chance, or rather let it slip. Cheminingwa, of course, running 142 last year. Does he look like a prospect? He just checks over his shoulder to see who is coming in by.
Of course, he has a chance. And, as we say earlier, this race needs a lot of calculations. You have to be smart.
And the calculations are right there. It is a battle between very experienced runner Cheminingwa and of course I'm looking at one of the names we've really been talking about in the 800 meters. That is Cheminingwa, looking just about.
He was going to the finish line, just smiling.
Cheminingwa, Emmanuel,
Smiling to Kenneth Kimutai.
Kenneth Kimutai. It's like, you man, yeah, I think I got this. So that is Cheminingwa who wins the second semi-final, and I love his running style. He reminds me of Asbel Kiprop, who used to run from the back, then take the lead and do things the way he used to do. Remember Beijing 2008, Asbel Kiprop, he did marvelous jobs, of course, winning a hat-trick of world titles. He's a man that not many people could predict, because he used to run from the back, then just scan the field and then decide when to attack, and it worked for him very well. But there's one championship where he really tried that and finished there last in the championship.
I think it was 2016.
2016.
That was the slowest.
The slowest race ever.
They were fearing one another.
Yeah, because they were like nobody wanted to take risks, and then it happened the way it is. But then Cheminingwa winning the second semi-final of the 800 meters, and now we are down to the third one, which I believe will be starting in a few moments. Of course, the starting lineup are quite jumbled up, but then It is something that we can always see because these athletes, we know the way they run, we know how they think, and we know how they tackle these races. And now that's the lineup for the third semi-final of the 800 meters. Wow. It's going to be intense. Is that excitement that comes with the 800 meters? Is it because of the dominance? Because from London 2012, Rio 2016, Tokyo 2020, Paris 2024, 4 Olympic titles in a row.
Yeah, it motivates the athletes, and as just like 100 meters, when Omanyala did very well.
Then went on to break the African record.
Yes, and everybody wants to run like Omanyala. Now the same applies to 800 and 1500 meters in the women.
Yeah, women category.
Because everybody wants to be like a champion. So of course, 800 meters now, people are looking up to Wanyonyi. He's still a young man. People are saying, if this guy is a young man, why can't we even do better than him?
Better than him.
Yes. So that motivates them to do very well.
Because all these athletes will be aiming to join Wanyonyi at the World Championships in Budapest, in Tokyo, Japan. Obadia Kipleting, the tall figure of Obadia Kipleting, right now leading the third semi-final of this one. Obadia Kipleting from Nairobi. He's a young athlete born in 2004. But he looks really strong. I look at them as they hit the bell. They're very young athletes who are just rising through the ranks.
He looks very strong.
He looks really strong. And is it a secret that when you're tall, you're a better 800-meter runner? Look at the height of David Rudisha. I've not said Wanyonyi because Wanyonyi is an exceptional talent.
Yeah, I think they normally use advantage of the long strides. But of course, you have to do your calculations well. You don't have to just kick at the bell. It might require at the last part of the race, maybe 200 meters to go.
Collins Kwemoi.
He is being caught.
Yeah, Collins Kwemoi trying from the outside to get hold of Obadia, who looks to have stretched his strides really nicely there. That was a well-timed race, and Obadia will be winning this one. Collins just fizzles along the way, but then that is it. You time your race well, you win it. So Obadia winning the 800-meter semi-final. Number 3, you can see, is really energetic, and of course he's just shown us that it's not by fluke that he started leading from the front, from gun to tape. And Collins Kwemoi Mbisha of National Youth Service finishing second, the man born on 7th of February 1998. So that is Obadia Kipleting, winner of the third semi-final of the 800 meters. The fourth one coming up. Wow.
You can see
Ferguson Rotich is in this. I like his determination. He never fails. He ran with Rudisha. He's still running right now. The legend himself is a silver medalist in the Olympic Games in Tokyo 2020. And of course is here to ensure that at least he inspires the rest of the field. The man from Kenya Prisms, Ferguson Rotich, Olympic silver medalist, is in semi-final number 4. Representing South Rift at the moment. Last weekend we witnessed Timothy Cheriot perform really well. The 2-kilometer loop.
Timothy Cheriot,
yes.
Emmanuel
Wanyonyi. We had Kibiwot Kandie. Yes.
We had
Abraham Kibiwot. It was just a nice race, and that's the 4th semi-final of the 800 meters. Watch out for several stars in this one, including Olympic silver medalist Ferguson Rotich, who was criticized a couple of years ago for only doing well to a particular level but not finishing on the podium. And I was really happy when he finished behind Emmanuel Korir at the Tokyo 2020 Olympics.
Look at athlete in orange that is called Thon Abraham Watt from South Sudan.
You said goat. You know goat. Goat is what?
No, Watt.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, you know, I thought it's goat for the Lionel Messi, David Rudisha. You know, those are the goats of sports. Yeah.
He's a refugee athlete.
A refugee athlete, and he looks really strong.
Yeah, he trains in Italy.
Reminds me of Farop.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because these guys given a chance.
Yes.
Can do wonders. You see now,
It looks really strong as they hit the bell. Ferguson is in 4th position, but this is where it really matters. How well will you maneuver through the last 400 meters, and what is doing what he really needs to do to ensure that he stays in front. Ferguson Rotich now coming into 3rd. It will be a battle between the two lanky guys, Ferguson and Watt. Who is going to get this one home? It is the 4th semi-final of the 800 meters happening here at the Mumias Sports Complex. Looks dusty, but looks really lovely on your screens, and we are live bringing you all the action. It is the 4th one. Ferguson Rotich now in 2nd place, and it is very, very tactical. Ferguson now decides to come from the outside. He decides now, let us take it on the 150 into the 100. Ferguson in his usual style, coming really, really nicely. Will he take it all the way? What, just falling way back? He looks on the wrong side, on the left side. Nobody was there. But then it will be Ferguson Rotich winning this race really, really nicely. That was a well-timed race, Bernard.
Yeah, sure. It's good to see him back again. And I told you,
he looks really, really fresh
in London. And he's still running.
He's still running. That was way in 2012.
Yeah.
That's close to 12 years ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is the secret? Maybe when he gets to
maybe diet, the
finals,
yeah,
we'll be able to talk to him.
Training regimes,
yes,
and maybe how he just
the lifestyle,
and the lifestyle also.
Maybe with good discipline, I know you'll be able to do well and go even further, just like Eliud Kipchoge.
Exactly.
He has been running for a very long period.
Very long period of time.
He's still running. This year he's going to London Marathon.
He's going to London Marathon. Of course, it will be happening on the 27th of April. Two more races to go. Should be the 400 meters semi-final for both men and women before we finish off day 1. And of course, it's been very, very intense and interesting here at the Mumias Sports Complex, a venue that has hosted the first Athletics Kenya Betika Track and Field Weekend Series number 1. Now, you've talked to a couple of athletes named Glorias. Of course, she's been speaking about her training regime. You talked about her, of course, being inspired by Naomi Korir, something that we can always say gives her some extra motivations when she tackles. Last weekend you were talking to, and that's the javelin final. Last weekend when we were at the Eldoret Sports Club, you talked to a couple of girls who participated in the junior 6-kilometer race, and most of them, they were inspired by some of the elite athletes that we have in the country. Talked about the 8 kilometers under 20 men. Also, these athletes were inspired by some of the athletes who are running the middle distances, and it's something that brings that excitement to these athletes. But looking at what Madam Gloria said, winning the 1,500 and the 800 meters, it's something that is worth talking about.
Yes. Of course, her friend Naomi Korir, actually, I think they ganged up and started serious training build up towards Tokyo. And this was because Naomi could not get a slot to compete at the Olympic Games, because I think she missed narrowly. After I think she was either 4th or 5th.
She was 4th at the trials.
So having missed that narrowly, they decided to go back to the drawing board, including the coach. Now, it was serious training. And you see what Naomi did at the cross country.
Yes.
She won 3 series.
3 series out of 6.
Out of 6.
Yes.
In the 2 kilometers.
And in the final series, I think she just lost narrowly.
Yes. And of course, she competed also at the 10-kilometer senior women's race at the Chepsaita run, where she was in 10th
place. Yeah.
She competed at the Discovery Kenya cross country, where I think she was 18th. And then now they went and sat down and said, now it's back to business. We are now going to track. Now I talked to Naomi Glorious, and she was telling me that when she came here, Naomi asked to perform well ahead of this season. She told me that she must have been jumping in the house just watching how she's competing here. So these athletes are being inspired by something. They are being pushed by something so that they can be able to perform well, so that they can be able to get better results ahead of the season. This is like a test for them. Now we are going for the second series after this. You'll see a different clique of athletes who did not compete here going to that event because they really want to test their fitness. So having seen people like Faith doing well, Faith Cherotich, Faith Kipyegon, Emmanuel Wanyonyi, Ronald Gomoy, those are some of the medalists that we saw them in Paris. So these athletes, the upcoming athletes, they want to run and be like them. So it's a busy season for the athletes, and we are looking forward to a competitive one. Because remember, athletics is changing. You saw the record last night
of Jacob Inga-Braston, and we talk about athletes setting standards, setting records, and next week they have a chance also to come and set the record straight at the Sirikwa Classic. It will be the third edition of that classic, the fourth edition. It started as Agnes Terop Memorial, then it was rebranded to and now it is time to see some of the stars competing at that gold label event.
Yeah, of course. You remember Agnes announced, and Agnes is the world record holder in 10 kilometers.
Yes.
She announced that she will be competing in that event. She hasn't been competing in any cross country.
She was supposed to compete in the senior 10-kilometer women race last time to defend her title, but she chose not to.
Yes.
Will she be coming to the Sirikwa?
She is in Sirikwa. She announced during the launch, and a number of athletes, big names, will be competing in that event, including our friend Abraham Kibiwat. We were talking with the coach, the head coach Julius Kirwa, who was saying that this guy, he was pointing at him and saying, this guy can bring a gold medal to this country, a gold medal if he wants to. So those are the athletes who are expected to compete. Of course, we shall be getting more names in that event. But looking at the lineup or at the Sirikwa Classic event, it has also good money because the winner will go home with 780,000.
780,000?
Yes, that is $6,000 in the senior category. Yes, so it has good money. So if you win there and you won at the nationals, or you were top 3 this season, you are going home with $1 million. $1 million. Yeah, so that's javelin. Yeah, so we are looking forward to we are waiting, of course, for the field events to want to finish the day with the field events. I think we are not doing the 400 meters.
Yeah, I believe the track and field will be completed on day 2.
Sure.
And of course, we witnessed a lot of action from 9 a.m.
Oh, we still have 400 meters semi-final men. So 400 meters, is it today or tomorrow? We shall wait for a confirmation.
Yeah, actually, news coming in is that the women 400 meters will be run tomorrow, but the 400 meters men semi-finals happen today.
Yeah, it will happen today.
It will happen today.
Well, it has been a good day. We started well. It's really, the sun here is too hot. I think after this we are going to get a deep bath, cold water.
Can't wait for that.
It's really hot.
It's really hot down in Mumias, despite the trees and the green vegetation, the plantation, the sugarcane plantation.
The temperatures are high.
Yeah, the temperatures are high, and of course the action has also been very, very, very competitive.
So after this first series, I understand we are supposed to go to Thika.
Yes.
For the second AK meet.
Second AK meet. It's
Yeah.
what, Nyeri?
Earlier I was talking to my producer Magut. He was saying Thika. We are going to Thika for the second meet. Yeah, he has confirmed that it's Thika. We are supposed to head to Thika for the second meet, and of course the other meets will be following up, and then we
Because
get
after
to
that, I think we'll be going to the Ulinzi Sports Complex.
Yes.
The newly refurbished Ulinzi Sports Complex.
It's refurbished.
Yeah, yes.
Another one has been refurbished.
So what remains, according to Mr. Abraham Mutai, is
Yes.
For the World Athletics to come and
To measure, yes, to remark. Aha.
Yes,
And certify.
and certify, so
will-
that it can be used for future events, which can be very good.
It will be
ease the
very nice,
pressure
yes.
on Kasarani and Nyayo Stadium.
Yeah, sure.
And we just hope places like Mbaraki will give us also this.
Yeah, and of course, last month the president was in Eldoret, his hometown,
Yes.
home city.
Yes.
And of course, he didn't talk to the press, but he toured the facility. But I had an opportunity to talk to the PS, Engineer Tum.
Engineer Peter Tum.
Yes, and he was saying that they have funds for that facility.
For Kip Keino Stadium.
Yes,
I just
and
read
a contractor
somewhere,
had been awarded.
It's close to 1.2 billion.
I think so.
For the renovation of the facility.
Yes.
In line to
the
AFCON and of course World Athletics
standard.
Because Kenya is bidding to host this is the 2030 World Athletics Championship.
Yeah, 2029.
2029, sorry.
Yeah.
World Athletics Championships, and those are some of the venues that can be used. Let's say, if not hosting, training.
But of course, AFCON needs it by 2027
By
to be ready by
2027.
2027. And of course, the PS confirmed that works are yet to start, of course, but very soon we shall be seeing machines roaring
So
there.
is it closed, completely shut down?
It's not yet closed, but the contractor was there. I saw him personally, but he hasn't started, of course. But maybe in the next few weeks he'll be on the ground. And remember, renovation means that we are going to put another new tartan track. And new tartan track
And of course,
means
dismantle everything in the stadium.
And of course, that means when it's ready, we can be able to even host trials there.
Do you remember before, was it the London Olympics when the trials were held?
No, the Rio.
The Rio
Olympics.
I can't just
in 2016.
imagine, yes,
Yeah.
that crowd being rejuvenated once again
in a new
stadium. We witnessed what happened at the Eldoret Sports Club during the National Cross Country Championships last weekend, where the crowd was just charged up. It even interfered with our broadcast equipment.
They ran away with our cables. So it was actually Eldoret has a bigger
athletics fan base.
Yes.
Yeah, and of course,
it's just lack of the facilities that is letting us down.
Look at what we witnessed in Iten. I've never seen such a huge crowd attend just a weekend meet.
Yes.
By 8. Yeah, by 8 everything was packed.
And it was very cold, chilly
and it
cold.
was very chilly compared to the weather today. So that tells you that just take the sports to the right place, and I think Eldoret should be the bedrock of athletics. Just as the athletes come there, I know the residents also associate themselves with these athletes, which makes it even interesting when they want to do their stuff. And it can also, I won't be surprised if, let's say, the Kip Keino Classic is held at the Kipchoge Keino Stadium. That records can be broken there, especially the local athletes, because they'll be like, I want to use this platform to announce myself on the global stage.
That's true. And of course, the long jump, that is
this is a long jump women final.
That is Gloria Mulei was just jumped. Remember, Gloria Mulei represented Kenya at the World Under-18 Championships in Nairobi. And then, of course, she later joined the Kenya Defence Forces. That is women's final long jump. Yeah, this is Road to Tokyo. And of course, I've seen here Elizabeth Keitany. She's in charge of safeguarding and promoting safe sport, especially in women. Yeah. Of course, remember, we are also fighting, apart from doping, we are fighting another menace called
age
cheating, and no, and there's also gender-based violence.
And it's expansively been talked about by leaders from different cadres.
Yes.
And it's something that we can always address, whereby you find that some of the star athletes have had their lives cut short because of this gender-based violence, and of course some of them had their careers cut short in that manner. It's not something that we should be tolerating, especially in this modern world, whereby some of these unscrupulous agents, coaches take advantage of these athletes, and it's something that I know the government and the county governments can address in full swing.
See, it's something we need to strongly talk about it. Of course, when you are trying to fight age cheating, we have to also talk about the gender-based violence, and we don't want to lose any other athletes anymore. People have to talk to each other. They have to discuss about issues. They have to take it to the next level so that they can be able to help one another, so that they can be able to live in harmony. It's a new office at the World Athletics also has safeguarding, and of course Athletics Kenya also has an office, of course, led by Elizabeth Keitany, who is one of the executive at the federation. So how was the day for you, Mulemi?
Just looking at the number of entries, I'm really impressed by the turnout, because most athletes turn out in large numbers when they are in, let's say, the modern facilities like Nyayo Stadium, Kasarani, Ulinzi Complex. You'll find that there are huge entries, but I'm really impressed by what I've seen today. The number of athletes, especially in the sprints, the 100, the 200, and of course the 800. We've seen three pools, and of course I'm just impressed by the facility, the Mumias Sports Complex. So how I wish there was a tartan track on this facility here at the Mumias Sports Complex. It could have been great, because this is the perfect environment for athletes to run and maybe try out during these early days of the season. But yet again, the crowd also has really given us a few moments, especially cheering the home athletes. And I just look at the 3,000 meter steeplechase, where the mother of four went on to finish third, despite her age, being born on 8th of August 1986. She went on to claim third place in the 3,000 meters steeplechase. I'm talking about Felicitas Mampaya, who says that she's never competed anywhere.
And she's really an inspiration.
She fell through the
first jump
on the water, but they did not give up.
It was a learning experience for her, because she did not fall down again.
And then the crowd kept charging and urging her, asking her to finish. But then also look at the young Celestine Matanye, born in 2007. Right now she's won one series. It means that even her rankings in World Athletics will go up, because you look at how Mantaine control the race. She's done it in the cross country. She had a good outing, and then she came and replicate this here. Yet again, Isaac Omurwa.
Before you go to Omurwa, Celestine being inspired by Faith Cherotich. They train together. Even Sandra trains with the Faith Cherotich.
This means that if they continue, let's say, working together, then we might be looking for at something special when it comes to the 2028 Olympic Games.
Yes.
And of course, the World Championships. We are not sure if all of them will be represented there, but then both of them really stand a chance of doing really well during the World Championship, because Faith, I'm sure if she's fit enough, she'll be in Tokyo.
Yes.
Yeah, and now it's a chance for Celestine Mantaine to come and let's say replicate what she's been doing in training during this weekend meets, and maybe make it to the national team trials, team trials that will be held later on in July, I suppose.
Yeah.
And then hopefully make it to Team Kenya. But I would really love to see young athletes represent us more on the global stage. And that means that if we have these athletes representing us, getting that exposure really early, then it will be easy for them to, let's say, announce themselves on the global stage. As we see a recap of some of the events that happened earlier on, this was the 200 meters men semi-final round, heat number 5, which we saw it being dominated by the men from the National Police Service having that jog towards the end of it. And these are some of the things that we've just witnessed here. And we were talking about Isaac Omurwa, the younger brother to the world championship finalist, and of course the Olympic finalist, and not forgetting the Africa record holder in the 100 meters, Ferdinand Omurwa Omanyala. Isaac is someone I can say we've watched the progression from when he started running in the junior ranks, finished 4th in the national championships championships last year in the 100 meters, and now he's here on the first weekend meet. He is actually the name of town because he's won his 200 meters heat. He'll be running in the final, won his 5th heat in the 100 meters. He qualified for the finals, and now he is actually going to run in the 100 meters final after going to win, after actually not going to win, after winning the semi-final of the 100 meters. We'll also be giving you the results of the field events, starting with the javelin coming up just in a bit. These are some of the athletes that ran in the 1,500 meters, the 800 meters final, sorry, where we had the likes of Gloria's winning, and she said that she has the inspiration from the
She's being pushed by Naomi Korir.
Actually, it's not an inspiration. It's being pushed.
They want to do it together.
They want to do it together.
Yeah.
Reminds me of Mary Mora and her sister.
And cousin Sarah Mora.
Yeah, Sarah Mora.
Yes.
Mary really wanted Sarah to go with her to Paris. Yeah, I'm sure it's going to happen because right now, they've come of age, especially Sarah, who's performed really, really well. We saw her in Kisi. She did really wonderful things there. Yeah. And she'll be hoping that this year happens to say the second best javelin thrower in the country, Alexander Kiprotich, of course, winning the first athletics Kenya Betika track and field javelin event, 68.21 meters ahead of Duncan Kinyanjui. Seems to be a sequence. This is how they do. Methusela Kiprop in 3rd place, 63.58 meters. Sabila Kimutai, 58.31 meters. And then Gilbert Koech, 56.28 meters. Now,
I told you about Gilbert Koech.
Yes.
Gilbert Koech is the athlete I told you. We really, of course, Town Hall were keen to see how he'll perform here today, because he has to get some marks. A certain mark, he has to throw a certain mark so that he can be able to get a scholarship to school.
If Gilbert can do 75,
yes,
he'll get the scholarship. Is he able to catch up between 56 and 75? Because that's the standard that is required, let's say, to qualify for a major.
Well, I think no. We are talking about university.
Yes,
he has to get.
Can he get a throw of around? Okay, 75 is for qualification to the World Athletics.
Yes, World Athletics.
But
for them, 50, it's 56. Normally it's low. It's lower than that. Of course, we'll be able to get confirmation from the US guys. But I was telling you that for this kid to come here, thanks to Bridget Chebet.
Yes.
Bridget, we call her Rehan. Rehan.
Yes.
But she is the one who made sure that she has to come here and compete, and she has been following and pushing these kids to be able to go to university. And a number of them, many of them have gone through that town hall project. Of course, these guys are in the US, but. Of course, Gilbert. I had to mention Gilbert because I saw something written in that group, one of the WhatsApp group, and I was following up to see what he would do. Yes.
And talking about the likes of Methusela, the likes of Alexander Kiprotich, what do they need to do to attain that qualification mark? Because they've been here, they've been inspired by Julius Yego, but yet again, like right now, just falling short, like 6-7 meters short of what is required to qualify for the World Athletics Championships.
They need to push themselves. They need to really work hard, and even if it means investing more and going to train in some parts like South Africa, you have to do that. so that you can be able to go for this. Remember the late Nicholas Koech with his brother Aaron Koech, who were doing the sprints. That was 400 meters hurdles. We managed to get a gold medal in 2015, and this was because some of the things they were able to do is that they went and trained down in South Africa so that they can be able to get a chance. Nobody expected the late Nicholas, may he continue resting in peace,
to win a
gold medal, and he was running
400 meters hurdles.
And in the last lane.
And the last lane, I remember it was all about LeSean Merritt.
Yes.
With the commentator just talking about LeSean Merritt, and then all of a sudden he saw the late Nicholas Bates teaming from lane number 8. He was like, wait a minute.
And going for the medal.
The Kenyan.
Yeah.
Could make a surprise. It came to happen. Yeah,
they didn't expect that.
We didn't expect that. That was in 2015.
Yeah,
and that is how it happened. And that reminds me. It's just a couple of days ago we were celebrating 1 year since the demise of the world marathon record holder
Kelvin
Kiptum. Died on the 11th.
Yeah, it was a sad thing. Yeah, may he continue resting in peace also. He was another athlete that took the marathon place to another level.
4 marathon
races.
He had already broken the world record, bringing it down to almost
actually
1 hour.
3.
Actually 3.
Yes, because he started with Valencia.
Then
he ran 201. Went to London 201.
Then went to Chicago.
200:35.
Yeah,
a world record.
That's a world record.
And he was planning to do 1:58 at the Rotterdam
marathon. So
he came and showed us that there's another thing. There's another marathon, not what we are doing. There's another marathon, and he disappeared. He left us that way. So it's up to the coaches now to continue training these guys and maybe try to emulate what Kiptum was doing.
I wish we could have maybe a memory of Kiptum to inspire these guys. And I know these are things that can happen because he's left a mark that anyone who wants to rub it will take an extra effort to do so.
That's true. That's true.
And coming up, which names do you expect to see at the as we review some of the results? The 5,000 meters, number 2, where Shadrach Keter won in a time 14 minutes 12 seconds ahead of Simon Pulo 14 minutes 15 seconds. Sila Kipto 14 minutes 16 seconds, Kevin Maio 14 minutes 34 seconds, and Samuel Kiprop 14 minutes 41 seconds, finishing in 5th. I was just talking about what do you expect, especially this coming weekend on Saturday next week, not tomorrow, but on 22nd at the Lobo Village.
Yes.
Who are some of the big names you expect to compete at the Sirikwa Classic?
Well, remember that race is an invitational race, but expect the top 10, or I understand it's top 10 from the nationals, top 10 from the series, and those who will be invited. It's an invitational race, so I expect those who competed well at the nationals to compete there. But of course, earlier I said that we have Agnes Chebet-Ngetich, who will be competing for the second time. Yes, she's competing in that event for the second time, because the first time was the first edition during the commemoration of the late Agnes Tirop. But of course, she's doing it for the second time, and of course she's the world record holder in 10 kilometers, and she's the second fastest in half marathon, having debuted in half marathon in Valencia. So she's an athlete everybody wants to look up to. You want to look forward to what she'll be doing, because remember, she just graduated the other day to the senior level, and she's been doing so well in cross country events. She has competed in 10,000. Of course, she missed a chance in Olympic Games where she said that she had an injury, but she was in Belgrade for the World Cross Country last year, where Kenya managed to take the first position to the 5th positions, of course, which was really good, seeing the athletes running in that order and taking those positions. As Kenyans, we are happy. Of course, one was suspended.
Could we see could we have a chance of the likes of Faith coming in, the likes of Wanyonyi, or it's now time when the Diamond League is close by and everybody will be focusing on the more serious parts of the season?
Remember, Faith competed in 2023 and won. But of course, this year we are yet to see if she'll be competing. But somebody like Wanyonyi has to compete in the 2-kilometer loop. He will be there.
He will be there.
We are expecting somebody like Timothy Cheriot.
Kibiwot
Kandie. We are expecting also because remember they say they are taking top 10 at the nationals.
Lilian Odira.
I'm not sure if it should be top 10 or top 20, but it should be somewhere there. But yeah, of course, Lilian Odira will be there. Naomi Korir. Those top athletes. You have Sheila Chebet, who is doing the junior events.
Faith Cherotich, will she?
Faith Cherotich, yes. We're also looking forward to her. Of course, maybe we'll be asking our coach, who was around here, that is Bernard Rono from Kaliet. So we expect a charged Sirikwa cross country. Yes. Yeah. I can see officials going back to their positions. I think we are still doing the 400 meters semi-finals. I think, Mulemi, talking of facilities, I think each county should just build something, just a simple thing like this one, because I know a number of football games have been played here.
Actually, this is the home ground of a football club called Kakamega Homeboys.
Yes.
And the famous Mumias Sugar FC actually hosted their matches here, and this is a place which has hosted a couple of international matches. Remember, their clubs from Egypt were played here. Right now, you see, ever since it's been a place that has carried those memories, and you see, having such facilities means that you take experience from one generation to another.
That's true, and of course, as we wait for the 400 meters race. And as we wait for the 400 meters, it has been a long day for us. We are used to only 5 events at the cross country.
Yes, by midday you are done.
But today, Swahilian say tumepatikana.
It reminds me of a time when we used to do commentary from morning to dusk. It happened in 2022, where we had close to 900 athletes competing, and that was a very difficult moment. But yet again, we are ready for the 400 meters.
Of course, one of those who is following us is Ian Kiprono from Iten. He trains athletes with Brother Colum in Iten. He's saying Kazimzuri, following you from Dublin, Ireland.
Thank you, Ian.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you for following us, and of course, good job for continue bringing up athletes
and inspiring.
And of course, he trains one of the athletes who did very well at the Discovery Cross Country. That is what was his name? He's called. He does 5,000 meters. I'll be getting his name. Maybe Ian can help me.
Just tell us his name.
And he's called Cornelius Kemboy.
Cornelius Kemboy. It's a familiar name in the 5K meters.
Yes. He was a finalist at the Commonwealth Games, and there's a day also he went to Ethiopia to compete in a 10 kilometer, the Great Ethiopian Run. Actually, that is where I met and knew him. And actually, he was doing well until he told me a story that there's a corner. They met some dogs which tried to follow them, and he had to slow down. That is when
You should not have slowed down. Instead, you should have.
then the athlete, the other guys, the Ethiopians went, but he was in the first, that's in the lead, in the first,
batch of athletes. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you go to that rat race, the Great Ethiopian Run,
Yeah.
it's normally very fast. The Ethiopians are crazy in running.
Yeah.
It's just like bringing an Ethiopian to Kenya. You
They
see-
always claim the top honors, just as
Yeah.
they did at Chepsaita.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I met Cornelius there. He's a good athlete, of course. He won Discovery Kenya cross country race, which is one of the oldest in Kenya. And yes, we are getting ready for the 400 meters, and in the 400 meters men, that is semi-final 3. We have semi-final 1, semi-final 2. That is the finalist 400 meters. 400 meters semi-final 1. We have David Sanek, Elisha
Sanek,
Kiplagat,
yes.
Aaron Cheminingo, Dennis Masika, Kipkorir Rotich, Thomas Omalwa, Mandu Kevin, and Edward Gunjiri. Then semi-final 2, we have Kevin Kipkorir, Erastus Mbaluka, Owen Lokorodi, Davis Luta, Emmanuel Mutua, Cosmas Maloba, Gabriel Kamanda, and Emmanuel Kipkoech. And the third semi-final is Rogers Ouma, David Cheburet, Max Sanya, Kelvin Kipkorir, Tinika Bryan, Victor Okello, Nicholas Gola, and Kevin Kibet. And then of course we have the one, we are done with that. We are waiting now for the 400 meters semi-finals.
So watch out for David Sanek in lane number 4. That is heat number 1, and of course Kipkorir Rotich will be running in lane number 3 in that one. In heat number 2, Kelvin Kipkorir and Emmanuel Mutua are some of the names to watch, and of course Roger Souma in lane number 4 in heat number 3, and Brian Tinega. So wait for them to come out of the call room. 3 hits in the 400 meters, and of course in the women 400 finals, which I believe will be held tomorrow. Mercy Chebet, Joan Cherono, Damaklin Bonari, Sarah Bosibori. This should be Sarah Mora.
Sarah Bosibori, no, it's a different name.
Brivian Nelima, Gladys Mombe, Purity Joy, and Joylyn Kurgat. And he talked about Joylyn Kurgat, one of the fast rising stars.
Yeah, and of course, maybe going back to Ian, he has also told me that he also coached Abraham Watt, the refugee athlete. You remember?
Yes.
He's one of his coaches. So you can see the products coming from this guy.
Yes.
And he's a tiny guy. You can think he's an athlete himself.
But maybe that inspires this athlete, that the way they look at him, physically fit, and all those things. And there was one thing I captured from Abraham Mutai's interview. He said that there's some events that will not be held, let's say for this meeting and the next. Like the 10,000 will not be done here because it's like a marathon whereby you cannot have all the 6 series with such events. Yeah, but things like, let's say, the hammer throw will also be held somewhere else, just to give each and everybody a chance, because some of the athletes running in the 5K will also be competing in the 10K, and the field event also, some of the athletes take part in different disciplines. Something that has really made this weekend meets very interesting, because you know that when you miss a chance here, maybe you get a chance at the Ruringo Stadium or Ulinzi Complex.
Yeah, I believe in future we shall be able to have more athletes doing the field events, because remember we are still lagging behind. But tell me, if you have athletes, more than 10 athletes in all the field events who are doing very well, will be leading in the world with a big margin.
That's clearly going to happen, because you find that the level of competition will be higher, and of course each one will be trying to outsmart the other. You just talk about that, and then you look at let's say the incentives that come with winning races at this series. Talked about the Sirikwa Classic, where the winner is going to pocket $6,000. That's good money for an athlete, especially at home, who knows that they'll be taking this home, at least do a project. You say that some of these athletes, some of them even sell chicken to go and compete in these races. It's something that makes it even interesting and inspiring for them to come at least and make sure that they put their best foot forward and probably win some of these races. We witnessed that now in the cross country, where there's an athlete who won. Was it in Machakos or Iten? He was really happy about the prospect, and he was like, she never knew she was going to win this, but she got something at the end of the day.
Yeah, sure. Of course, it's an inspiration, and they have to do it. They have to go for for this. They have to go for these events. And talking of semi-final 2 in the 400 meters, we have Owen Lokorodi. You remember that name?
Yes.
Owen Lokorodi. Ian tells me that that he just finished St. Patrick's High School and was he also competed at the East Africa Championships last year in Uganda, and he seems to be a good athlete. So watch out for him in the second semi-final.
Second for semi-final, Owen Lokorodi has a personal best of 49.6 seconds in the 400 meters.
Yes, he just finished Form 4 at St. Patrick's.
That means he's around an 18-year-old who is ready to rumble and conquer the world.
True.
But watch out for semi-final number 1. And in lane number 1 is Mando Kevin. 51.0 is his personal best coming into this one. In lane number 2, we will have Edward Ngunjiri, 51.2 seconds. In lane number 3, Kipkorir Rotich, 50.0 seconds. And then in lane number 4, we'll have David Sayanek, 47.6. This should be the fastest time coming into this semi-final. Elisha Kiplagat will be in lane number 5 with a personal best of 49.1 seconds. Aaron Cheminingo, 49.5 seconds, will be running in lane number 6. And in lane number 7, Daniel Masika, who has a time of 50.0 seconds. So that is the lineup for the first semi-final of the 400 meters. 3 semi-finals in this one. Who's going to make it to the final? We'll be giving you that in a bit. Edward Ngunjiri looks that is Edward Ngunjiri, 51.2. He'll be learning in lane number 2, and in lane number 1, Mando Kelvin adjusting his spikes and getting ready for this 400 meters semi-final number 1. Watch out for David Sayanek in lane number 4. Off they go smoothly. Edward Ngunjiri off the blocks really nicely, but then watch out for David Sayanek. He is in lane number 4, and you can feel that he's taking grip of this, getting hold of it really well, and he takes the 200 bend really nicely, and now comfortably in the lead as they head to the 150. That is David Sayanek, one of the finest 400 meters athletes we have in this country. He knows what it takes to do that. Elisha Kiplagat now claiming second place as they head towards that bend that is always very gruesome, and Edward Ngunjiri coming from the outside, from the inside lane in lane number 2, but then it is David Sayanek coming very nicely, and of course Kipkorir Rotich will be looking at on the wrong side, but then David Sayanek has just decided, let me take this, and he wins it. We'll be confirming the timings later on, but then it was about Aaron Cheminingo claiming second place, and of course we'll be knowing who claims third place. But that is the first semi-final of the 400 meters, which has been very, very interesting, Bernard.
Of course, I think Sanayek is the one who ran with Mora at the World Under.
I remember
under,
clearly,
under 18, yes.
and I remember
it
is
was a mixed
Sayanek who handed over the baton to Mora,
yes,
who was running with the silver of Brazil.
Yes, yes.
And then that was amazing. But credit to Silva. I think after that he realized that 400, the relays were not his thing. He went to the hurdles and he's really done well.
He has really
400
done
meters hurdles.
Very well.
Very well, and he's one of the stars in that distance. And David Sayanek, of course, claiming victory in the first semi-final of these 400 meters. We are on to hit number 2. NYS, of course, were represented in lane number 8 through Cosma Maloba. In lane number 4, Kelvin Kip Korir. In lane number 5, Erastus Mbaluka. But then in lane number 1 is Gabriel Kamakak. In lane number 2, Emmanuel Kipkoech. In lane number 3, Emmanuel Mutua. Kelvin Kipkorir in lane number 4, Erastus Mbaluka in lane number 5, Owen Lokodi in lane number 6, and Davis Luta, who won his heat. He will be competing in this on the semi-final in lane number 6. So NYS on the outside through so we are waiting to see who will be competing, rather who will be winning this second semi-final. I can see Kenya Prisons, National Youth Service, Kenya Defence Forces and National Police, all of them trying to see where they can actually fit in the final. It's a battle that will require a lot of patience, resilience, and of course tactic. And off they go. Kelvin Kipkorir in lane number 4, and he has done just that, and steaming away from the rest as they slow down to the 200-meter mark. Because in lane number 4, Kipkorir, Kelvin, he is very, very, very confident as they take the 150. Does he have the resilience to surge away from Erastus Mbaluka of Police Service? It's a battle between Kelvin Kipkorir and Erastus Mbaluka, but then it is Kelvin Kipkorir who takes that home, with Erastus Mbaluka coming in second.
Remember, he went to the Paris.
Yes,
to go to the Paris, but
yeah,
he didn't compete.
Yeah, but he was in Miramas. I think he had a few sessions which helped him as an athlete to be
And we turn our attention to the last semi-finals, 400 meters.
One more to go.
One more to go. And this will have Nicholas Gola in lane number 1, 49.9 seconds. In lane number 2, we'll have Kelvin Kibet, 50.8. And then we'll have in lane number 3, Tinega Brian in lane number 3 with 47.9. Rogers Ouma, 52.1 in lane number 4. In lane number 5, David Cheburet, 52.4. In lane number 6, Max Sanya, 50.5. Kelvin Kipkorir, 47.8 in lane number 7. And in lane number 8, Victor Okelo, 47.9.
This marks the last semi-final of the 400 meters. Olma, Keburet, Sanya, Kikorir, Grant Tinega, Okelo.
So we are ready for the third semi-final of the 400 meters, the last event of the day.
And we're trying to give that important signal together with the Italian people. Praise the clock at the right time so that they don't evil the wrong time.
From prisons, but that has been a pulsating race, but it shows you that the 400 meters is just a matter of time before we actually see the best out of these athletes. Brian Tinega winning that one. Brian Tinega winning the third and final semi-final in this race. What lessons have you picked? Of course, the usual suspects.
The usual suspects?
Yes.
But of course, for me, is the mom with the 4 kids running steeplechase. She made my day. She made my day, and I think maybe I'll still need to talk to her. She's really an inspiration to mothers.
That's quite some story.
Yes, and being a single mother of 4 kids, happy Valentine's to her.
Happy Valentine's to the lady who made the headlines today, talking about the lady who ran in the steeplechase. She's called Felicitas Mpaya.
Yes, she said she comes from this region.
39 years of age, 4
Yes,
kids,
yeah.
2 in the university.
I know at the technical
colleges.
Yeah,
And that
Kabete and Sigalagala.
Sigalagala.
Yes.
So she's already made a mark and ensured that
A single mother.
She's a single mother of. She has 4 kids.
4 kids.
Yes.
She's really an inspiration.
Finished third in the steeplechase.
Yeah, of course, on the podium.
She'll be walking home.
She was so lucky.
She was so lucky.
Yeah.
Yes, and it's been a great day, of course. It's been a great day, of course. And tomorrow we are here at 8 a.m.
Yeah, we have to come early because we have to finish early because of people who are traveling all the way to Nairobi, like Mulemi.
So we have to finish early so that we catch the early bus.
Yeah, and of course when we move to Thika, that is the second meet. It will be our turn to travel all the way.
You guys are like having your meets in Eldoret, closer home, like here.
But I think it's a good thing to balance this series because we
also
have
brings a different perspective.
Exactly.
And a different view, and of course everything that is happening courtesy of Athletics Kenya and of course Betika, who are the main sponsors, and it's Road to Tokyo.
Yes, Road to Tokyo. And of course I can see Karen there running up and down, making sure that things are in order. That was a good organization from the federation to see that athletes get a place to run and compete, and make sure that they have the right conditions and that they run on a good track. It's just been a long day. My sugar levels are going down, of course. I've been talking, but we are here because of these athletes. We really respect them, and we always want to be associated with them. They say sports is a unifying factor. It brings everybody together. It brings people together. You see, when these athletes run maybe in marathons internationally and they do well, you see everybody congratulating them, including the politicians. They want to be associated
with them. The success, of course. And the success begins with such events.
Exactly.
Yes, and the first track and field weekend meet has happened here at the Mumias Sports Complex. We'll be bringing you more of this tomorrow. We'll be here very early in the morning, getting you the best out of the action that will be happening here. From all of us here, including the production crews, bye-bye. Have a good one, and of course, happy Valentine. We'll be taking you to the beach side, or the coast side. The coast side is still the same for the medal ceremony. Thank you, and see you tomorrow.
Bye bye.